I've worked security at a major hotel near the airport for 15 years now. And when I first got here, I was told to watch out for a ghost on the 7th floor. I was told he likes to make his presence known at random times. Some of the older employees say it's one of the engineers, maintenance workers, who loved his job so much that he likes to hang around. At first I thought they were trying to scare the noob, because I didn't see, hear, or feel anything for months after I started. I did eventually run across him a couple times, and both times I was working graveyard shift. I started out on a graveyard shift and worked it for a couple of good years. You can say it was where we all started, as a proving ground for all noobs. Of course, since we are security, we have to do rounds to make sure everything is safe. People are not murdering each other, and of course the loot acts that randomly happen at hotels. You hear and see all kinds of strange things while working on grave. Almost all of it can be explained though. The sights, the sounds, the interactions, and sometimes the smells can be overwhelming sometimes. There's also the fact that sometimes, no matter how nice the hotel, someone dies. I've had it happen to my shift 2 times that I can count. It's happened a couple times to the other guys I work with too, but that is just part of the job. When walking the hallways, you notice things like doors that creak when you walk by, especially me since I'm 6'4" and 200 pounds. One night, a few months after I started though, I think the ghost made its presence known to me. I was doing a patrol on the 7th floor when I was walking by one of the vending machine rooms. They are small rooms that have a soda machine and an ice machine. After a few months, you start getting used to the sound of the ice machines kicking in and people getting the drinks out of the machines. Stuff like that. This night, as I was walking towards the vending machine room, I heard someone popping quarters into the machine. As I got closer, I heard the soda drop down. Being that it's also one of my jobs to greet guests every time I see them, I come around the entryway expecting to greet the guests on my way by. There was no one there. These rooms are not big enough for someone to hide in, and there was no room for someone to squeeze beside the machines. I kept an eye on my back the rest of the night though. It felt like someone was following me, but only when I was on the 7th floor. The second time I think I encountered him, it was during renovation a few months ago. The hotel was going through a few month-long renovation, and the 7th floor was already complete at the time. The atrium of the hotel wasn't finished yet, so all of the elevator balcony doors were closed to keep the noise level down. The relevance of this is, I was sent up the floor to help someone get into their room. One of my coworkers, a Vietnamese gentleman, was just on his way out and clocking as I headed up. We passed each other and said our see ya laters, and I headed up the elevators to help the guests. When I got out on the 7th floor though, I heard in the exact accent, right down to a slight lisp, "Jason," and a loud whisper came from my right. It sounded like it was a few feet away, but the doors to the balcony were closed. The weird thing is, I also heard guests down the hallway to my left, and none of them had an accent even close to Vietnamese, or a lisp. I checked the doors real quick. No one was on the balcony, and quickly went to help the guest. When I was 12, I moved to a church home called The Ranch with my mom. Before all this happened, I never believed in ghosts, spirits, or even demons. But now at the age of 20, I believe we're not alone. Okay, let's get to the story. When I first moved into the ranch, it wasn't just me living there. There were other kids and their moms. On the first night, everything seemed fine. Nothing happened. 2 days after we moved in, I started to become afraid of the 2nd floor. I never wanted to be up there by myself. I didn't know why my mom thought it was a kid thing. You know how some kids become afraid of basements or closets? For some reason, I was afraid of the 2nd floor. My mom always told me that it was all in my head, but I knew what I felt, and what I felt was pure evil. A week after moving in, I was upstairs by myself trying to rest my eyes when I heard a noise coming from behind me in the bathroom. It sounded like weeping, as if someone was cleaning the bathroom. When I turned around, it stopped like it never happened. I rolled back over to rest, and the noise started up again. I was so scared that I got up and left the room. I never told my mom what happened. I figured she'll think I'm making it up or something. Now, lucky for me, I wasn't the only one who was hearing things. There were 3 other kids who heard noises all over that place. I never thought these things were real. One night, I was asleep upstairs. It was about 11 p.m. when 3 of other kids, all sisters, started screaming out of nowhere. I got up to see what was going on when I saw a shadow figure standing at the foot of their bed. It was just standing there looking at them. This thing was not human. It was like this whole thing's body was nothing but shadows. It scared the hell out of me. 2 days after the night, my mom told me that one night while she was in the shower, she felt someone watching her, and yet she was alone upstairs. That freaked her out. 2 days later, we were gone. We left and never came back. Until this day, I always wonder what it was and if it's still there. Thanks to all of you who took the time to read this. Everything I wrote here is the truth. I swear to my life. When I was around 7 or 8, I saw a ghost in an underpass while in London with my mom. Since that day, I've come across something which makes me wonder the true nature of what I saw. I'm no longer sure he was a ghost. It's possible he was something else. I'll explain. Firstly, for those who don't know, people in different countries probably have a different name for these, hence clarification. An underpass is a small tunnel that usually runs under a busy road where there is no bridge or traffic lights allowing pedestrians to cross the road. They are all the same, covered in graffiti, rubbish usually, bit smelly, faulty lights or just dimly lit. In a lot of them, lights will be broken altogether here and there. I was used to these tunnels, as was everyone else. They are very common. Anyway, to what I saw that day, there were a good amount of people around, coming and going on their way. Nothing strange. Out of the blue, I got a panicky feeling that I couldn't ignore. Things just didn't feel right. We continued walking. I could see the people ahead, coming towards us, but the light wasn't brilliant, so at first, you couldn't make out things like facial features. All I know is I felt in danger and was becoming more alert to who was around. Soon enough, I spotted them, and the bad feeling skyrocketed inside of me. It was an elderly lady and a young, let's say robust, boy. They came into a better lit area as they passed, and I got a clear look. The old lady had longish gray hair, a little matted and small kind of smile on her face, but a very determined look. She didn't look around or anything, just continued straight ahead. It was the boy companion that made my little head spin. As soon as he was in view, I saw that he had no eyes, just black holes where his eyes should be. Needless to say, the bad feeling had intensified drastically. But the worst thing that shook me right up, as soon as I noticed the fact that he was eyeless, he turned his head and looked straight at me. At this point, I got upset. Mom asked what's wrong, and I explained. She turned, mere seconds had passed, and said she couldn't see anyone like I had described and to hurry up. Now, he could have been an ordinary kid, had an accident of some kind, been blind, and I am aware that contact lenses that are all black do exist and so on. However, I'm the only one who reacted to his unusual appearance. No one around me seemed to notice the pair or bat an eyelid. I'm all for not staring at someone who looks a bit different out of politeness and everything, but everyone has reactions, even subtle ones, and there was honestly zero reaction from anyone. My mom should have seen them when she turned to look, but she didn't. I deliberately never looked back at that point, as I still felt in danger and really freaked out. I know a lot of people will point out my age, the location, overactive imagination, but I'm pretty certain. Hence, up until recently-ish, it's always an experience I share whenever the subject of ghosts arises. However, as stated, I am now in some doubt as to whether this was a ghost encounter. I've since learned about the BEP phenomenon and read many encounters online. Some, I'm sure, have been faked. BEP stands for black-eyed people. They seem to be average men and women at first glance. Normal human body hair, clothes, you know, all that stuff. But no whites at all, and their behavior can set them apart. You'll have to go and read some accounts for yourself to know what I mean. And there are many sightings. Some think they are aliens, others think demons. They have even been compared to vampires, as in a lot of them stories, BEP or BEC, black-eyed children, will turn up at people's houses asking to be let in and don't seem able to enter without permission. I've no clue what they are. In a lot of cases, they try to touch people and always give off this evil aura. Eyewitnesses often state having a terrible feeling come over them, panic, and sensing evil and danger. And that's exactly what I felt, as I told you earlier in the story. The person who sees them at the time is totally alone in witnessing them. Everyone around the eyewitness goes on with their business, never noticing the BEP's presence among them. Since learning of these BEPs and reading other stories, I have to count the similarities to my own story. As in the feeling of danger I got before even seeing the boy, the fact that no one around me noticed at all. And as for the eyes I always believed were not there, were in fact simply black eyes. It would explain how he was able to look directly at me. I'm pretty sure that I was simply confused. No eyes for pitch black eyes that day. Therefore, I'm more inclined to say that the boy in the tunnel was not a ghost as I believed for many years, but one of those black-eyed people. Most families have some kind of hero in the family tree. Some great or maybe even recent member they point at with pride and say he or she was the first to, or fought in the war and was decorated. You get the gist. In my family, it was my maternal grandmother. Her familiar claim to fame was having drowned the boogeyman. It was back in 1946 in rural Kentucky. The twins, my oldest sisters, were 5 years old at the time and living with my mother in a small cabin on my grandparents' property. By all accounts, they were quiet, well-mannered children until the arrival of the boogeyman. No one knew where the children had even heard of them, but almost nightly their shrieks of fright roused the households, bringing my grandfather on the run with his shotgun. They became afraid of the dark and would beg for my mother to sit with them until they'd fallen asleep. This went on for weeks, despite the fact my mother kept reassuring them that the boogeyman didn't even exist. He was just something made up to ensure children behaved, and since they were always good, they never have nothing to fear anyway. My mother wasn't actually sure that there was nothing to fear. For weeks now, there had been odd occurrences in and about the cabin that she was at loss to explain for. For one thing, several times when the girls cried out, their room smelled of rotten eggs, and sometimes the window that she was sure had been closed was slightly opened. There were times when she found weird drag marks in the dirt outside their window, as if someone with a horrible limp had come that way. Privately, she told her father that she was worried that the boogeyman might be some hobo lurking about. Grandpa said if that was the case, they'd be more likely to steal a few chickens, and surely they wouldn't dare to come back every night, or have any interest in scaring little girls. Still, that same day, he brought old Jack, his hunting dog, to stay with Mom and the girls. According to my mom, Jack made himself right at home, but steadfastly refused to have anything to do with the girls' room, refusing to enter it, and at night would growl at nothing she could see. Days dragged by, the boogeyman taking its toll on my mother and the girls, mostly due to lack of sleep. One simply does not go from terrified screaming and responding to such screams as sounds sleep easily. They grew pale, and dark circles formed under their eyes. One day, Grandma decided to consult with Aunt Sylvia about the situation. No one knows what transpired between them, but it had to be serious for Grandma to pay a call on a known witch. No one is really certain if Aunt was an honorary title, or if she was truly related in some way. What is known is when she came back, she volunteered to sit with the girls for the night and even gave my mom money to go see the movie playing in the next town over with her cousins. A rare treat indeed. When Grandma came, she ushered my mother off and set about getting the girls ready for bed. Of course they did not want to go, so instead she put them in my mother's room, telling them enough was enough and she'd take care of that old boogeyman, and he would never ever bother them again. Then she gave them instructions that no matter what they heard, they mustn't leave the room. It wasn't long before they heard her talking in their room. Grandma was not a soft-spoken individual. "See this broom, you devil? I'm going to beat you with it. Now you get out of here in the name of Jesus and never come back." After that, there was a horrible racket that went from one room to another. It sounded like furniture was being overturned. Old Jack was barking up a storm, and Grandma yelling. They heard the back door slam, and running to the window saw Grandma running down the path, swinging the broom and shouting Bible verses. After a short while, she returned, telling them they didn't need to worry about the boogeyman anymore, as she had chased him down to the river where she had drowned him. My mother came home to find the twins sleeping peacefully, her home in disarray, her broom broken, every window and doorway salted, and Grandma reading the Bible. Whether the result of a theatrical performance by Grandma or some cleansing ritual, the twins never again complained of the boogeyman bothering them. A couple of years ago, I ran across an old Ouija board dated 1919. I remember how fascinated I was with an experience when I was about 10 with one, so I thought that this board game would be fun to fool around with again. My son, when he was very young, told me about looking out his bedroom window and seeing 3 glowing figures coming from the field toward his window one night. He also stated that they even entered his room and stood at the foot of his bed. He covered his head with the blankets, thinking that they would go away, and when he uncovered his head, they would still be there. Then they vanished. I attributed this to a bad dream at the time. There is this old, beautiful house in my property, built in 1926. The builder also signed and dated his name in the rafters in the attic. Cool, I thought, that he took so much pride in his work, like an artist, to do such a thing. Anyway, we were in this old house, working the Ouija thing and so forth. My son asked me to see if what he saw was real or not. We got an answer and a lot more. The 2 people who were at the board knew nothing about this. In fact, they did not know the name of the road we live on or anything else much about the neck of the woods. I asked if there were any ghosts who wanted to speak, not at all taking any of this seriously. Yes, replied the board. Who are you? I asked. Anna Mills, was the reply. As our guests worked a Ouija board. Why are you here? I asked. And the Platchetid began to move quickly. I died here on the Munger Shaw Road. Our guests didn't even know the name of this road. How? I inquired. Truck, the board answered. How? I asked. Run over, Anna replied. When? 1936. At this point, I was having fun with this game. I did not take this at all seriously. After all, this thing is just a game. So if this is all true, where's your body so that I can bring you some flowers? I jokingly asked. Her answer sent chills down my spine. You are there, she answered. What do you mean? Scattered. Misspelled by an 8-year-old, she said. My ashes are scattered where your trailer house is, she added. She gave us a lot of information that night. She is with 2 uncles who are elusive, but protecting her. She was visiting them here when her death occurred. Things have happened after that as well than before. When I first bought the trailer house where it is now abandoned, for I am now living in the old house, my ex-wife and I heard the distinctive voice of a child crying. That I can say without a doubt. My ex also told me that she saw a small girl one night fleeing out the door one late night, blew her off. And so did I one night when I woke up to use the bathroom, through the corner of the eye, which I attributed this to being half asleep. We did the Ouija again with 2 other people. Again, the same conversation with this Anna Mills. I cannot find any records of her existence of her anywhere, though. Then again, out here in the sticks, especially back in the 30s, records may have not been so critical. Heck, I know a guy that had 2 people buried in his front yard from back then. That's in the days when they did things like that. I did ask her who her uncles were, and she remained elusive on that info. Okay, I know this all sounds really weird, and I did not believe a thing about this until about a year ago. I went for a walk, as I have quite often. I walked across the field on a winter moonlit night. On my way back, I distinctly saw two people sneaking around the trailer. Thinking that someone was trying to break in, I approached one of them. I yelled out to them, "What did they want?" ready to confront the intruders. I swear that I was within 15 feet of the guy wearing a plaid shirt and bib overalls when he took an abrupt right turn and went right through the wall of the trailer house, right below my son's old bedroom. I could see each and every detail of his face and the texture of his clothes. He looked just like a real person that would appear under a full-lit moon. I stopped dead in my tracks, but somehow I was not frightened out of my wits as one would suspect. Rather, a comforting feeling came over me. By the way, when I first called out to them, the other ran into the woods. All of this I merely attributed to suggestive thinking I saw things that I imagined and so forth. Perhaps it was a restless walk, late night and so forth. About a month ago, I was visiting my sister and her family at their house miles away. Her daughter also had an old message board that her father found years ago in an attic of an old school that he once worked at. The planchette was missing. So for fun, I went to work in his wood shop and made a really nice wood one for them. With her and her boyfriend at the board, I asked, "Anna, are you here?" "Hi, Rick," the board replied. This really freaked them out. "Tell us the story that you told me the last time we spoke," I asked. Again, the same info that came up a year before. I did not reveal any of the prior things that Anna said to anyone there, but there it was, again the same. She said that I did see her once, and that she and her uncles did visit my son. I did not ask any of this once the planchette began to move. She went on and on and on. I asked her if she liked what I did with the old house. It still looks as it did in the 30s, except for the addition of electricity and plumbing, and she said that she feels at home. I asked her if she enters the house, and she said, "No, bad memories." Again, misspelled by an 8-year-old girl. Lately, at night, through the corner of an eye, my son as well as I have seen someone fleeting past the kitchen window. Even our dog sends an alert that somebody is here, when in fact there isn't. The last time I used the board, being a skeptic, I always have someone else use it. She said that she wanted to meet me along the edge of the field at 1 o'clock in the morning. "Promise?" I asked. "I promise," she answered. I never bothered. I'm not sure if I believe in such things, but it is fun to think about. Perhaps it is true. Update. Anna is now haunting the people living in their trailer house now, even though I have never shared the story with them. Denise and her friends have seen her as well. She is still alone and longing for whatever she is looking for. They are not afraid, for they find her sweet and comforting. Just like the child she was in life, they have actually adopted her, and she at times visits my old house. Crying woman. This happened about 11 years ago, when I was around 7 years old. Since I was born, my family moved a lot of times from house to house. My sister and I have seen and heard many strange things during those times when we were constantly on the move. This is one of them. My family and I were living in an old 2-story house that was in a state of disrepair, with the edges of the roof falling off. The house had a creepy attic and basement that my sister and I never dared to enter any one of them. One time at night, my parents were sleeping in their own bedroom, and I was in my own room, wide awake, trying to sleep. I was very thirsty, and my mouth was dry, which always had bothered me. I didn't want to wake up my parents because they had to get up early in the morning to go to work. Then I decided to go by myself to the kitchen and get a glass of milk. The kitchen was just down the hallway, just a few feet away from my room. When I got there, the first thing I did was turn the lights on. Then I tried to turn on a small TV we had in the kitchen, but it was unplugged, and the TV was too high for me to reach the cable to plug it in. Then I started to drink my milk. When I just finished my glass of milk, I heard the terrifying sound of a woman give a low moan, like as if it was crying. It sounded like it was coming from the hallway, a few feet away from the kitchen. My whole body got numb of fear, but I didn't care how scared I was, and ran to my parents' room and told them that I heard someone crying, but they told me it was probably my sister trying to scare me, even though what I heard was clearly a grown woman. Then they decided to let me sleep with them. A few weeks after that incident, I was alone in the entire house. It was at night, and when I went to the bathroom to take a shower, I heard it again. And like last time, it sounded very close to me, like as if it was in the bathroom with me. I jolted out of there and went to my room and covered myself in my blanket, terrified, and stood like that until my parents came home a few minutes later. After that second time, I never heard it again. Luckily, we moved a few months later. About a year ago, I started to remember this incident and told my parents what I heard. My mother didn't know what to make of it, but my father told me that in that same house, something similar happened to him. He said that when he got up very late at night to go to the bathroom, he saw a woman sitting on the stairs, which was right in front of the bathroom, and the woman was sobbing. She was holding her face crying. My dad thought it was my mom and started to tell her, "What's wrong?" But the woman gave no response. Then my father told her, "Fine, have it your way." Then, when he got out of the bathroom, the woman was gone. When he got to his room, he saw my mother sleeping. The next morning, he asked her why she was crying on the stairs. My mother was confused and told him she was sleeping the whole time. Until this day, sometimes I wonder who or what was the woman. If any of you have any ideas, feel free to comment. This took place when I was touring Kenya, Africa with my parents. We had lodged in a hotel in the savannah. The layout of the hotel was as follows. The main building was at a distance of some 1 kilometer from the lodging cabins. The cabins were amazing. They had a feel as if they belonged to the jungle itself. There was a river flowing behind the cabin, but it was out of bounds as it had crocodiles in it. But we got a good view of the river from the balcony of our cabin. It was great seeing crocs in their own habitat. The night we reached the hotel, we were all pretty exhausted. The room was cozy except for one weird thing. It had a deer's head hanging from one of its walls. The hotel was pretty old, so it must have been placed there before hunting was banned in Africa. There was a show of Mara people, tribals, that night, which wouldn't take place for another month. As we were there for only 3 days, my parents went to the show. I decided to stay back as I was pretty tired, and the hotel was about 1 kilometer away. I was reading a book but must have fallen asleep. I woke up about an hour later, which was pretty odd, as I never wake up late at night once I sleep. My parents were not yet back, and as I rubbed my eyes, I swear I saw the deer's eyes move. I was completely freaked out and closed my eyes. After some time, I gave it up for an illusion and started to read again. This was when I noticed a pretty odd thing. The curtains of the room were moving as if there was a breeze coming from the windows, but the windows were closed. Suddenly, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I felt as if I was being watched. I felt a weird cold sensation and started praying. After a while, the feeling stopped, and after some time, my parents returned. I didn't tell them about the experience, as I thought they would not believe me. The next day, I asked our guide, who had become a pretty good friend by then, about the experience. I thought that he would know, as he visited that place pretty frequently. He said that he didn't know anything about that, but I felt from his tone that he was hiding something from me. We went on a drive in the savannas and came back that evening in a pretty light mood, but when we reached our cabin, we found to our astonishment that our luggage had been scattered and messed up. We thought that the cleaner must have done it and complained to the hotel management, but they said that as per their policy, the cleaners do not touch anything belonging to a customer. The receptionist also said that the cleaning was done under supervision. We let go the incident as some misunderstanding. Then, the last and most eerie thing occurred. We were about to go to bed when we all heard someone knocking forcefully at the door. When we opened the door, there was no one. This happened 2 to 3 times. Finally fed up, we shouted to the person who was knocking to stop playing around. No answer. The knocking stopped. We gave it up as some prank and retired to bed. But it must have been about 2 to 2:30 in the morning when I heard again the knocking. Sleeping on an extra bed near the door, so I think I was the one who heard it. I was pretty scared to go out alone after my first experience, and we were even advised not to go out alone at night as the area had many wild animals. So, I woke my parents and told them about the knocking. At first, they told me that I was just getting paranoid and that I should go back to sleep, but then, we all heard the knocks on the door. My dad opened the door only to find that there was no one there, but he saw something move in the bushes. He came in and declared that it was some kid. Though I didn't feel convinced, I decided that I would rather believe that it was a kid. Next day, we complained about this to the staff. They also said that it must have been some prankster, but then suddenly, my dad asked what moron would have let out a kid at 2 a.m. in the morning. That set me thinking. I started relating this to my previous experience and felt that this place was haunted. But anyways, we were to depart that day, so I didn't care much. I didn't think about the incident until the day we were about to leave Kenya. On the day of our departure, our guide told me that he wanted to tell me something. He asked me not to tell anyone what he was going to tell me. I agreed. He told me about that hotel. He said that it was rumored that a leopard at the hotel killed a boy of about 9 to 10 years, some 50 or so years ago. He told me that everyone said that the ghost of the boy still haunted the same room where he was staying the night he died. He said that many of his customers had the same complaint as me, but only those customers who stayed in 2 specific rooms had the experience. It was in room number 153 and 154. I had stayed in room number 154. When I was in my late teens, I was living in my family's home in Warren, Michigan, which is a suburb of Detroit. I came home late one night, around midnight, and parked my car in the detached garage in the back of our house. As usual, I rolled down the garage door and locked it. After exiting the garage, I faced the garage's entry-exit door and locked it as well. I'm not a person who is scared of the dark, and I definitely don't frighten easily. As I turned around to walk into my backyard so I could get into the house, I bumped into what I thought was a person. It was big enough and solid enough to be. My first thought was that someone was in my backyard, and I ran into them, possibly trying to break into the garage. Instinctively, I pushed back but no longer felt a solid body. I ran to my back door where I watched the backyard while trying to put the key in the door, which is a pain when you're scared. We had a small yard that was surrounded by a privacy fence, which would make it even more difficult for a person to get in or out of quickly. I never saw a person or heard a noise. What scared me so much was that I could feel the solid body. Have you ever turned around and someone was standing behind you and you walked right into them? That is exactly what I felt. The impact was enough to knock me back a step. It probably wouldn't have shook me up so much if it actually was a person. At least I could explain it. I eventually got into the house and told my parents. This is the same house where I frequently heard my name being called at all hours of the day and night. It wasn't just my name that was called, it was my nickname that only my close family calls me. There are many times that I thought my mom was calling out to me because I was up late watching TV, or she had come home early and needed my help carrying in groceries. Every time I checked, there was either no one home or the whole family was asleep. Years later, I found that both of my parents had experienced their names being called too. My mother's side of the family has always been sensitive. A lot of uncles and aunts and my grandmother would tell stories of their experiences. I haven't experienced paranormal activity as much as other family members, but I do have a few stories. I'll start with my favorite one. One night about 5 years ago, I was 18. I was staying over at a friend's house, Pat. He had his bedroom in the basement of his brother's house. There was a laundry room in his room as well. There was a huge bookcase which he used as a TV stand and as a wall between the laundry room and his area. You cannot see the door leading to the laundry room behind the bookcase, but it didn't reach the ceiling. I was sitting on the couch watching TV around 1 a.m. Pat was asleep on his bed. I heard what sounded like a door opening, and I noticed a light go on in the laundry room, and I saw the light and a shadow on the ceiling that looked like a man's shadow. I don't know why, but I forgot that was a laundry room. I thought, at that moment, it was a bedroom and a relative or friend was staying there, even though I had been in that room before. And I was kind of nervous to have to say hi while Pat was sleeping. Then I heard footsteps, loud footsteps, like as if he was wearing boots, and a small dog barking, and then I heard the dog start walking. I could see the shadow of the man moving on the ceiling, but I never saw a shadow of a dog or anything else. The footsteps kept coming, and then they stopped, and it sounded like the dog was eating. I could still only see one shadow of a person on the ceiling. At that point, when the footsteps stopped and the noise of the dog eating was the only noise besides the TV, I froze. It's like all of a sudden I knew I wasn't supposed to be seeing or hearing this. I sat on the couch just numb, waiting for something to come out at me. Then the footsteps started again, and the shadow began to go back towards the laundry room. Once it got there, it turned off the light. I could even hear the switch, and closed the door. I got up and jumped into Pat's bed, and the first thing I asked is, "Why didn't you tell me something was staying in that room?" And obviously his response was, "What?" I told him what had happened, what I saw, and what I heard. He asked me if I remembered that the room was a laundry room, and that's when I started realizing that, yes, I do remember that, and no, there is no way I just saw what I saw. So the next morning, after making my friend stay awake until I fell asleep, he showed me that the door to the laundry room couldn't even close because of a few wires he had crossing into his room from the laundry room. About 7 years ago, I was struggling with a drug addiction and decided I needed help. I couldn't afford a fancy drug rehabilitation place, so I chose to go the public route. The place is called the Stout Street Foundation in Commerce City, Colorado. They took a large, old hotel and converted it into a drug rehab and prison. It had nonviolent criminals mixed with people looking for help, not in trouble with the law. And I was not in trouble with the law, but in need of help. I've still never been to a building with such a dark energy. I was bunked with about 10 other men, on bunk beds, in a normal-sized hotel room. One of the men in particular was very chatty with everyone. He was telling all of his tales about getting high on meth and having sex all night in the same hotel and talking about how it was basically a run-down drug hotel in the 1980s. This guy had a very creepy and dark vibe to him, and you could tell he has done some very bad things in his life. This was the very first night of being there. The room was dark, but still very visible due to the window and hallway light. And I couldn't sleep, of course. I had a top bunk bed, and it must have been 85 degrees. Everyone else was sound asleep. I was tossing and turning and very alert. And I remember I was on my side facing the wall and flipped sides towards the room. When I turned over and looked into the room, I saw this really startling figure of a large dark man with a huge grin from ear to ear with red eyes and was standing right over the man I mentioned before. He was sound asleep still. I stared at it for at least 7 seconds, just standing there grinning, looking right at the sleeping guy. I blinked and it was gone. I don't even think the grinner realized I was looking at him. He was just so fixated on the man. It seemed like he was attached to him somehow. I'm not religious and have never had a ghost experience before. I definitely know I was not hallucinating. The drug withdrawals hadn't even started yet. And this event has haunted me ever since it happened, and I can't remember the last time I had a good night's sleep. I know what I saw, and it was as real as anything. If anyone out there can relate to this, please tell me your experience too. In case you guys were wondering, I've been drug-free for 6 years. I'll get the miscellaneous information out of the way first. My soon-to-be husband and I moved into our current residence approximately 1 year ago. So as far as I know, there was only one previous family who called this house their home, and nothing sinister has ever taken place on the premise. The house is a newer construct in a quiet residential neighborhood. Though I am not a skeptic, I've never had to deal with anything paranormal. The past couple weeks have definitely been a new experience for me. 2 weeks ago, I thought I heard a voice while I was sleeping. Asking my boyfriend if he'd said anything, I got no response. As he was obviously sound asleep, I decided I was dreaming and rolled over towards the closet, which is situated behind my bedroom door, which always remains closed. Though I considered getting up and drinking a glass of water, I stopped moving when I saw a fuzzy white form near the closet door. A sweater that I have hanging there moved as it passed underneath it. Within moments, the shape had disappeared. Confused, but not scared or concerned, I convinced myself I was dreaming and went back to sleep. After that night, I've been consistently waking up between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. Sometimes it is because of noises. Other times, the room just doesn't feel quite right. 3 nights after seeing the fuzzy shape, I woke up to the sound of something falling or someone stumbling. At least that's how it sounded to me. In the same place as the previous sighting, I saw the shape of a tall man. He was shadowy and seemed oddly formed. Slightly frightened at this time, I turned to press my face against my boyfriend's back. He did not wake up at all, and urged myself back to sleep. 4 nights ago, after continuing the pattern of waking up between 3 and 4 a.m., I was startled awake because the temperature plummeted in my normally hot room. Though it is usually humid enough in the bedroom so that I can't sleep without an industrial fan blowing at full strength, and though it is the middle of summer, the temperature became absolutely frigid. I was shivering and my skin was cold to the touch. Upon opening my eyes, I saw what I assumed was the same man, better formed this time, and wearing a grin that set my heart pounding like crazy. Amusing as it is to me now, I jumped up and tried to punch him. He vanished at once. For a long time after, I shivered and my heart raced. I was much more scared this time because even though I actively tried awakening him by poking and speaking to him, my boyfriend did not wake up. Because this is unusual for him, and because it was now the 3rd time he hadn't awakened to help relieve my fear, the emotion grew until I was ready to cry. I planned to stay awake until the sun rose, but exhaustion eventually wore out over fear and I slept. After that night, I finally talked to a few close friends about the nocturnal happenings. The first person I spoke was with my husband-to-be, who engaged in a long conversation with me about theories, possibilities, and things we could try to do. He was curious about the fact that I said he seemed to be in a deeper sleep than usual when this went on because normally he will wake up if I leave the bed or say something. I immediately felt better. The conversation loosened a knot of nerves I hadn't been aware of. The next day, after having that first talk, I was online at work, talking to a friend on my laptop computer. We were discussing what had been happening, and I told him I was going to start looking up who the man could be, what he wanted, etc. With as little information as I had, however, I wasn't feeling confident I would find anything on him. My friend suggested shadow people, because I implied that the first 2 times I saw him, he was shadowy and not fully formed. As I was about to reply that third time, he was fully formed and not like a shadow at all. The temperature dropped and my computer keeled over. It was plugged into the wall. No low battery warning came up, and it did not overheat. I kept it propped on a store-bought stand that prevents overheating, and when I touched the bottom, thinking that was the cause, it was cool to the touch. Now I work alone in a small drive-through store that is perpetually 5 to 20 degrees warmer than the outside air. Unless I walk into the cooler, it just doesn't get cold in there. I felt like a drop of ice water slid down my spine, and I quickly turned my computer back on, stand up perfectly, no problems, and locked back on. What disturbed me the most was when I got back into conversation with my friend. The first thing he said was, "Sorry for disappearing on you. My computer completely flatlined." Thought it was a power outage at first, but nothing else was affected. It was kind of weird. Yes, and even more weird that the same thing happened to me, thousands of miles away, at the same time. With as unimpressive as these occurrences are, I've been willing to pass them off as dreams, imagination, coincidences. The only things I keep coming back to that convince me maybe I'm not just imagining things are the temperature drops in places that are consistently uncomfortably warm, the strangely malfunctioning computers, and the sheer burst of uninhibited terror I felt when he smiled at me. I know that doesn't seem like that should be the biggest thing here, but it is the point I keep coming back to, in my mind and when I speak with any of my friends about it. I almost don't care why he's hanging around, but the intimidating leer of the grinning man haunts my thoughts now, even while I'm awake. This story happened to my mom. It was during the 1960s, when she was still sleeping with her brothers and sisters in one house. They have inherited a big house from my grandfather. He was a doctor, so having a couple of her cousins sleeping over is not a problem. Their house was built near a river with a wooden bridge over it. Here's where her story begins. All of them came home late from a party. They were all tired and decided to call it a night and went to their own rooms. My mom was staying with 2 of her sisters in one room. Her bed was located right beside a big window that's made out of wood and would just open from the middle, then the shutters will just slide from side to side. That night, due to excessive drinking, my mom woke up because she needs to go to the bathroom, so she went back to bed. When she was about to doze off, she could feel something or someone was watching her. She opened her eyes and she saw a lady with long black hair outside their window. She was also wearing a black dress and her eyes were red. The lady was staring at her with a creepy grin on her face. My mom couldn't move. The scary part of it was, my mom's room was located at the 2nd floor. In short, the lady was floating. She tried to call her sisters, but they could not hear her. She felt so scared and just covered herself with her quilt. After a few minutes, she tried to check if the lady was gone, but when she peeped out of her quilt, the lady was still there, staring and grinning at her. Far away from the place I called home, now we are in Texas. The year is 1999, and with my parents being divorced now, my mom was the only person bringing in the money. So, we ended up moving from a beautiful house in a suburban neighborhood and into an old house far in the country. This house was old looking, blue. When he walked inside the long, tall hallway, it went straight back to the kitchen. Going up the hallway were 2 rooms to the left, and the living room by the front door on the right, and further up was my mom's room. The first time I stepped foot in the house, I already had a bad feeling. I was 15 years old and was into the scary stuff. Still remembering all the things that happened from my previous homes, I had my guard up for any funny business. One night, after coming back from a high school football game, I found that I was home alone. My mom and the rest of the family were at my uncle's house that was literally up the dirt road. I was too afraid to walk over there because of how dark it was. My ride was already gone, and I was just there standing on my lightless porch. Yeah, my mom forgot to turn on the front porch light there before she left. So, standing there, I didn't really want to go inside. What to do? Well, at least she left the living room light on, I told myself. I unlocked the door and slowly walked in. The hallway was dark, not one single light on in the entire house. Only in the living room was the light and TV on. For a few seconds while shutting and locking the door, I stared into the dark hallway, hoping not to see anything. The kitchen was dark and had an eerie look to it, with the moonlight just barely shining into the window above the sink. I quickly ran into the living room. I sat on the couch and reached for the phone call to call my mom. But I then realized that the number list was hanging near the phone in the kitchen. There was no way in hell I was going into the kitchen. So I sat there, watching TV for a while. After a few minutes, I heard some music playing. I did not know where this was coming from, but I did know that it was coming from down the hallway near the bedrooms. My heart jumped and then stopped. At least it felt that way. Getting up from the couch, I walked towards the entrance and peeked around the corner. The music was playing louder. All I could see was darkness coming at me from all corners of the house. I decided to walk down the dark hall towards the sounds. I was trying to be the tough guy. The closer I went into the hallway, I could start getting a sense of where it was coming from. It was coming from the bathroom. When I got to the bathroom, I reached in and turned on the light before walking in. The radio was on, and it was on the sink. I thought to myself, maybe it was on the whole time and I just now heard it. I began to turn it off when I looked down and saw the cord unplugged from the wall. And at that instant, I ran out of the bathroom and up the hallway towards the front door. As I passed my mom's room, her door opened slowly, but I was running too fast to really notice. It seemed like an eternity unlocking the locks. I felt like I was going to go into shock. I got the last lock undone when I heard a moan coming from the kitchen. I opened the door, got out, then slammed it behind me. I ran to the road with nowhere to go. I was 15, but still wanted to cry. I was home alone in a haunted house, and my mom was a mile away. I stood there with my hands on my hips, trying to catch my breath. It took me a few minutes to get my thoughts together. I convinced myself that I was overreacting. The radio must have had batteries in it. I walked back up to the porch and sat on the steps. I sat there waiting, and waiting, and waiting. I was laying down on my back after a few minutes. Then I hear this noise coming from inside the house. It sounded like someone was walking with a pair of flip-flops on. The sound was coming closer and closer to the door. I stood up and backed away from the porch. It got closer, all the while getting louder and faster. Then it stopped. I couldn't do this anymore, I thought to myself. I turned around and headed back towards the road now with a few tears in my eyes. But to my relief, my mom was coming up the driveway. I ran to the car, and everyone steps out. "What's the matter?" my mom asked me after seeing my face and how distraught I was. "I hate it here, Mom." That's all I could say before my older sister screams out and walks back to the car in shock with her hand covering up one side of her face to not look in the direction of the house. Her eyes were wide open and her crying was held back. "What happened?" my mom then asked her. I will never forget what she told me. She told us she saw. She said that she saw 3 faces looking out of the bedroom window at us. She described them as melted together and had these angry frowns with the eyes missing. My mom believed her. I then told her what I had experienced, and after that, we ended up staying at my uncle's that night. The next morning, we were very nervous about going home. My older sister never came back. She stayed with family until we moved out. My youngest brother and sister didn't know about anything, and I didn't want to leave them or my mom alone, so I went home to watch over them. We ended up moving out a little after that. We had to move in with family until we could get another place. I believe that it was something that was trying to get me that night. Some evil, strong force that forced its way into this world and did everything it could to get closer to me. I believe it used the music to lure me in to where it was hiding in the kitchen. If I would have stayed in that house that night, I might have become possessed or something. My sister is still traumatized from that image of these faces that looked entwined together. I also later found out that my mom had experienced a negative presence in the house and had seen quite a few things, but kept her mouth shut to not worry or scare us. Thanks for reading, and hope to hear from some of you soon. P.S. The radio did have 5 batteries in it, but it needed 6 to work with it being unplugged. Old House Ghost. This happened just last month. A few days of terror for my family and me. We were house sitting for my mom while she went downstate for a short vacation. She told us that we could take her master bedroom because it was bigger and we could sleep with our 3 kids in there with us. We told her okay, but ended up not doing it because of the fact that it was her room and we didn't want the kids breaking anything. So we decided to take another room that was almost as big and already had a king-size bed and a baby bed for my youngest child. My mom's house is sorta old and was previously owned by my sister and her abusive husband. So this place has some bad vibes for so many years. My sister always said that she thought he put some bad curses or something in the house because of things she would see and how angry her husband would get out of the blue. Anyway, the room that we chose was always scary because my wife and I had experienced something strange in it during one Christmas about 5 years ago, but it already had everything and was very comfortable. That first night, we went to bed sort of late due to the kids being excited about staying the night at Grandma's. So around 11 o'clock, we tucked the kids in, shut the lights off. After they got to sleep, my wife and I sat on the floor near the bed and talked for a while. The room is near the kitchen, so when the light is on, we can see it under the door. Like that night, because of the lights in the room being off, we can easily see the light. After a while, my wife looks over at the door and asks, "Doesn't that look like someone is standing at the door?" I looked over and saw what she was talking about, so I replied, "Yes, but you know it's not." I was thinking maybe it was the uneven carpet that was making it look that way, So, after a while of talking, we ended up getting up and stretching before going to the restroom that was also in the room. We got out quietly to not wake up the kids and began to put on our night clothes, or at least tried to, because it was too dark to see everything at 100%, but we could see a little. A few minutes later, and my wife was dressed and already laying down next to the kids. I was still looking for a shirt to wear, but couldn't find one that I had packed in my bag. So I went to the closet that I had some clothes put away already. Trying not to stumble over toys, I get to my shirts and begin to look for one. Just then, with a little bit of light from the room, I see something on the corner of my eye next to me. I turn my head and try to adjust my eyes. Seconds later, I see a form of a man standing facing me with his head down, so all I could see was the top of his head. It looked like black hair, and it didn't have a shirt on. I could not move. The arms of the thing hung down to its sides, and the legs were partially spread apart. It almost looked like it was in a defense stance, like it was going to charge at me, but I did not move. I was in shock. Not too long after, I began to realize that the figure looked like me, as if I was looking in a mirror. I came to my senses and turned slowly towards the bed, at the same time looking at the bedroom door and seeing that the shadows that looked like a person standing there were gone. I went to my wife like a scared child and said, "There is someone in the room." She jumped up and turned on the light. There was nothing there. The bedroom door was locked from the inside, and the kids were still asleep. I was shaking up after I explained to her what I saw. I decided to stay up the rest of the night to watch over my family. The next morning, I was trying to understand what I saw and make a logical explanation of the events, but being me and believing in the supernatural, I was finding myself backed up into a corner about it. We could have packed our things and gone to another room, but for some stupid reason, we decided to stay. The next night, nothing happened. I was the last one to fall asleep, but only because I dozed off on the chair that was already in here. I slept like a baby. The third night, my wife and I were woken up by something that we heard in the kitchen. It almost sounded like whispering, but we could not make it out until we put our ears to the door. Like I said before, the room was next to the kitchen. We stood there, listening in the dark for a second, before we both agreed that it did sound like someone was talking in a low voice. My wife was freaking out at this point and turned to the bed to grab her phone. I asked what she was doing, and she told me she was going to call the police because we thought there was someone in the house. I went after her to calm her down before the whispering stopped. I went to the bathroom to turn on the light, so we had enough to see without waking up the kids. Then we put our ears back to the door. We heard nothing. Being in the room with no type of weapon or anything to go out there with to check out what it was, we ended up calling the police. I was trying to be tough about going out there, but I was also scared as hell. The cops got there a little while later and scoped out the place. The windows were all locked, and all of the doors that led outside were also locked. After the cops had left, I called my mom and told her what we had experienced so far while staying there. She wanted to come back home, but I told her to finish her vacation. I didn't want to be the reason for her vacation to be cut short. That was stupid of me. The fourth night, we did decide to stay in her room this night, to be away from the other one and the kitchen. It felt more relaxing in there because it was so empty, and it was brighter with the moon hitting the windows. We fell asleep once again. At around 3:30, my wife wakes me up and tells me that something was on the other side of the bedroom door. My heart stops right then. Just hearing those words coming out of her mouth made me want to die. When I got brave, I asked her what she heard, and she said, "It sounds like the doorknob trying to turn." I woke up the kids this time, thinking someone actually broke in. For a few minutes, we sat quietly, waiting to hear what we thought would have been people walking around, if they did get in. The house is so old, so it has a lot of old boards that squeaked when you stepped on them. Nothing happened. We eventually fell back to sleep. I mean, it could have been her imagination playing tricks on her, right? Of course, that's what I definitely would like to think of it as, but I guess it wasn't at all. The next morning was great, because we knew that we could leave the next morning. We left the house all day and went out to eat. We got home late and decided to try to get the kids to bed by 10:30. We fell asleep with no hassle. It was around 1 in the morning when my oldest daughter shook me awake. She was sitting up in bed. When I looked over at her, I asked her what she was doing, and without being afraid or hesitant, and with the motion of her hand and finger, she pointed in a direction and says, "Do you see her?" I asked what she was talking about. She then says, "Look, she's standing right there." She was pointing by the TV that was at the corner of the room. The moon was the only thing giving us light in the room, so I really could not make out what she was looking at. I first thought she was asleep, and to this day, I just think she was talking in her sleep. But I looked at her and said, "What are you talking about? Get some sleep." I tried to lay her back down, hoping I didn't have to rock her back to sleep. But as I put my hand on her shoulder, she says, "Look, she's walking over here." All the while, pointing with her finger, bringing it closer and closer to the bed. I got the chills when she was doing that. I didn't want to look. Right then, my daughter screams at the top of her lungs in terror. The rest of the family jumps awake. We turn on the light, and my daughter is trying to move closer and closer to us, saying that she went under the bed, saying that over and over. We just got up and got our things together after that. I called my mom and told her that we were just going to leave because of the kids being afraid. I think she knew what was up because we had always had problems with the house. Like I said before, there was a lot of hate in the home from years past with my sister's abusive husband. So with all of the negative energy, I think it just built up to the point of chaos between our world and whatever the other world is that is bringing all of this. We haven't been back to visit since then. It's been a few weeks already, but I know we will try. Thanks for reading. Another creepy thing that just won't escape me. A ghost, perhaps? A few months ago, my wife and kids and I were staying the night at my mother's house, in a room that was added on later after building it. My mom was renting this house from this couple. This room was always kind of freaky. On one night, my wife said she saw this cylinder-shaped object floating in the room towards the door. I thought that was strange, but nothing compared to what she saw next. On the night that we last stayed there, my wife, my 2 little girls, and I were sleeping on a king-sized bed. I was also asleep, so was my oldest daughter. My wife is sitting up in bed, rocking my other little one in her arms. She swears she was still awake, but kind of dozing off, with nothing but the light of the computer modem, not the monitor. Only gave little light in the room, enough to make out the shapes of the objects in the room. Also, Everyone else in the house was asleep, so no sound other than the buzzing. The bed was in the corner of the room. She was sleeping near the wall, and I was on the outside of the bed. She said she looked in my area and saw something kind of moving, like the very top of someone's head, more like a child in the crawling position. She told me later that it was moving really slow down the side of the bed. She was so scared. She double-checked to see if it wasn't either of the girls that may have gotten up to play or something. They both aren't scared of the dark. They were both asleep. Slowly, it kept crawling towards the foot of the bed until it got to the corner. When it got there, she told me that it poked its head up just enough to see the black of the eyes. But without hesitating, it ducked back down the turned corner, crawling a little faster towards my wife. She told me that she lied down as fast as she could, thinking it saw her. But again, she swears that she was awake. She shook me and whispered my name over and over until I woke up. He sat up quick and asked what was wrong. She told me, but I didn't want to see anything either. And I admit, I was freaked out too. All of the strange experiences that I have had all my life from a kid to a grown man sort of gotten my nerves all crazy. That is the event that happened that night. My mom no longer lives in that house. The bathroom in that house always scared me. When I would take showers there, my face would get numb all the way down to my arms. Thanks again for reading.
First off, I want to say that I've been brought up with stories of ghosts and haunted houses. I live in the South, Louisiana to be exact, and tales of the supernatural are nothing new to this area. I have many stories I can share, but the better ones all include my grandma's house. The house is located in a small town called Swords, and my mom would tell me stories of when she was a kid growing up with a ghost that lived there in the house with her and her siblings. The ghost does not have a name. She's only known as the White Lady, since she wears a white dress. My mom told me stories of seeing this White Lady many times as a child, but she never was scared of the White Lady. She told me she felt as if the ghost was watching over her and her sisters, and that they never felt threatened. She told me she would see the ghost at night, walking in the hallway or on the staircase. Other times she just felt the presence of the ghost. She would be in her room after school doing homework, and she knew someone was in the room watching her. When I was a kid, going to Grandma's was always something special because I would look for this ghost. I remember very well the first time I saw the White Lady. I was 14, and my friend Chad was with me in my grandma's. We had just gotten home from school, and I had the key to Grandma's because that's where I went after school until my mom picked me up when she got off work. Grandma was not there. So Chad and I made ourselves at home. He knew of the stories about the house and was very skeptical. We made some snacks and went into the den to sit and watch TV. The staircase is in full view from the den, and as we watched TV, I felt a presence. Chad felt it too. He claimed it got really cold. I thought it was a draft, so we went into the hallway and checked to see if any windows were open. As we were going to the living room, my eye caught something. I stopped and grabbed Chad's arm. There, at the bottom of the staircase, was a figure of a woman. At that moment, she looked at us, and that cold chill went right through me. She proceeded to go up the stairs. I watched her details. Her hand was on the banister, but you could see right through it. She was transparent all the way through her figure, and she looked up as she walked, as if looking for something. Chad and I were literally paralyzed. We watched her, not knowing what was going to happen. For a second there, the figure paused, glanced back at us, and then continued walking up, but she never made it to the top. She vanished on the fourth step just before the landing. When she disappeared, Chad ran up the steps. I guess he wanted to catch her, Idiot. He said the spot where she disappeared was so cold. At that point, I wanted to get out of the house. We both grabbed our book bags and ran outside and stayed out on the front porch until my mom came. We told her what happened, and she told us not to be scared. This being our first time seeing the spirit, hell yeah, we were scared. But Mom came in the house with us, and we felt better with her there. The second time I saw the white lady was Thanksgiving, 1997. I had not been to Grandma's much before then. Things at my house got complicated, and I had to take care of things, so there was not much time left for visits. But then, Thanksgiving did roll around, and all of my family came to Grandma's. My mom has 10 siblings, so it was quite the event. Grandma has a huge dining room table that seats 24 in the main room of her house. We were all sitting down at dinner, having a good time. I was between my Uncle Kevin and my cousin Joseph. We call him Shags. People were coming and going through the doors that led to the kitchen, and clean out of nowhere, I looked up and I saw a lady, wearing white, come in from the door on the right and walk from there to the left side of the room, then disappear into the wall. I jumped up. I was startled. She had passed right by everyone and right through my Uncle Patrick, who was standing by the wine cart. He didn't even flinch. I looked over to my mom. She saw her too, but she put her finger on her mouth, mentioning me to keep quiet. I didn't say anything, but Shags was nudging me under the table. I turned to him, and he whispered to me, "Did you see that?" I told him yes. After dinner, I was helping Grandma with the dishes, and I told her what I saw. She saw her too, but she said it did not surprise her at all. The white lady likes to show up when there are a lot of people at the dinner table. All she does is walk from one side of the room to the other, then disappear into the wall. But not everyone sees her. That's what I find odd. I told her how she just walked through Pat, and he didn't notice anything. Weird. A number of days later, I found out that only 4 other people saw her that day in the dining room. My Aunt Jen, my cousin Brad, his girlfriend Ashley, and my aunt's husband Mark. Grandma told me that they phoned her and told her about the white lady. I haven't seen the white lady since that Thanksgiving day. Grandma says she's still around. She had company over this past September. Some friends had come from Florida and stayed the night there. They witnessed the white lady on the staircase disappearing, but something else occurred. Grandma and others are now hearing footsteps and laughter in the upstairs bedroom that is used as a drawing room. I'll have to do some investigating on that one. Thanks for reading. When I was about 13, my father was a professor at a college in California. The campus was built during the 1600s and was originally a Catholic boys' home. There are catacombs where the boys would hide when people came to persecute them. The story goes that one particular night, a well-known Christian hater came to kill the boys. They all went down into the tunnels. One 8-year-old boy got lost and was so scared he hung himself. His body was never recovered. Anyway, back to my personal story. We lived on campus, and my father was also on night guard. He had a tendency to get preoccupied with different things, and he often didn't get home until an hour after his shift was over. On one particular night, he was later than usual. My mother sent me to go check on where he was. The other guard said he was still on the rounds, so I rode my bike around looking for him. I saw a light on in the library, so I parked my bike and went in. The staircase to the aforementioned tunnels, or catacombs, is in the back of the library, off to the left, and there's a cemetery under the staircase. I looked all through the library, and suddenly, the light turned off. A little boy, about 8 years old, came running through the door of the staircase, right where another certain 8-year-old's body was rumored to be. Needless to say, I hauled out of there, and I have not gone back in the library since. The first thing I must explain is that I lived in a place where there was a horrible fire in the late 1800s. Across from my house was a cemetery where all of the 800 people that perished in that fire were buried. My best friend had come over and we were wanting to be alone, so we scampered up to our room. Shortly after that, we began to hear strange noises, like footsteps running up and down our spiral staircase. We yelled to my sister to stop bothering us, but she was nowhere in sight. We closed the door and backed up our trunks against it. While we sat there, a patterned knocking sound began on the wall. An eerie feeling came over us, and we no longer felt safe there. We rushed out of the door, and the room was filled with blue smoke. I never ventured up there alone again. It's strange that everything weird that ever happened in my bedroom, because there was another night I remember vividly. The night I saw a figure dressed in a red and blue checkered smock standing there. She smiled and waved, but then, when I went to touch her, she disappeared. Thank you for letting me share my experience. My friend would love you for it. It's important to be able to share these experiences. I don't think their ghosts were unfriendly, but they sure scared the living daylights out of me. Thanks for reading. This is a story that my mom told me about when my grandma worked as a maid for a rich family in England. The house she worked in was haunted, and some really weird things happened there. The most interesting was whenever someone cooked bread in the oven, it would come out smeared with blood. So after that happened several times, they blocked off the kitchen with a wall. Another neat thing happening occurred there when my grandma woke up in the middle of the night and heard the table being set, but then she found out that no one was up and it was the middle of the night. To make things even more creepier, whenever she was cleaning the third floor and she knew that no one was up there with her, she got the strangest feeling she wasn't alone. One night, a thunderstorm was so loud it woke her up, yet her room was the only one that had the thunder that could be heard. Another night she woke up and her bed was rocking. In the morning, she asked the people who owned the house about it, and they said that her room was once the room of a young boy who became very sick, and every night his mother would rock him to sleep. Interesting story, and thank you for reading. The story I'm about to tell happened when I was about 15. For the last month or so, when we talked on the telephone, my friend had been telling me that during the middle of the night, when he was in bed, he could hear rocks bouncing off the roof, and this would go on for hours every single night. His parents also heard this and would go outside during the middle in the dark night to find nothing. Needless to say, it kept happening night after night. As time went by, the events got worse. Mr. Knock Knock, as they called him, started knocking on the door in the middle of the night and also during the day, which of course, when they would go to look, nobody was there. At this point, I didn't know if I believed him or not. One time, when I was talking to him on the telephone, I heard a really big boom, and he told me, "Oh my God, Mr. Knock Knock just knocked the door open." Of course, he went and looked, but as always, nobody was there. This got me excited. I said to him I want to stay over and hear Mr. Knock Knock. Now, I don't know if it was that night, but I did stay over. It was late in the afternoon, and we were in the kitchen, and I made the remark that I wanted to hear Mr. Knock Knock. Right after I said that, boom on the door. We went outside and found nothing. Finally, they had the police install cameras around the whole house, mostly in the trees, but they never recorded anything. They say that a man many years before hung himself in the shed. The same events went on for a period of time, then they just stopped. I think it was the man who hung himself many years ago. I know it was some spirit, but what it wanted, I don't know. I hope you all enjoyed this story though. Thanks for reading. The following incident is significant because it put me on the path where I am today, and it will be important to know when I submit my other stories. On Saturday, Halloween Day, 1992, my friend Debbie and I decided to go to a neighborhood park in St. Louis, bordering on South Grand and Arsenal, for those who hail from there. We'd stop at our favorite donut shop, then went to a little lake we knew of to sit and gossip. There happened to be a wedding photo group there at the same time, so we sat on a bench nearby and critiqued the dresses, etc. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings, and Debbie and I chatted for about 15 minutes before she got an odd look on her face and whispered to me, "What is this? A rumble?" I cautiously glanced around and saw several youths drawing up to the lake on various sides. Debbie said, "I think it's time we leave. Walk slowly and don't look back at them." We got up and began walking to my car. Some 300 yards off, we got about halfway there when we heard a pop, pop, pop. Being a city girl, it didn't register in my brain what it was at the moment. It sounded like firecrackers. Needless to say, that's not what it was. "Get down!" she screamed. Before I could react, Debbie had thrown me down on the ground as she was going down herself. I know we were both praying as this occurred. Suddenly, the shooting got louder, and we both realized that there was a gunman firing about 3 feet behind me over our heads. The way we were lying on the ground, Debbie could see behind me and I could see behind her. She told me not to look, so I just kept my head down. We heard clicking and cursing. The guy's gun jammed. He ran off. As suddenly as it began, it was over, and all the gang members were running their separate ways. Badly shaken but not hurt, we took off running to my car, jumping in and flooring it to her house a few blocks away. When we were safely inside and slightly more calm than we had been, Debbie said, "I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. I was warned about this and I didn't listen." I asked what she meant. She said her father appeared to her in a dream the night before. I don't remember the details exactly, but it was in the kitchen with the back door open. In the dream, he was warning her about some danger and wanted her to be careful. Debbie's father died when she was a teenager. At the time of the occurrence, she was in her late 20s. A weird, though not really scary closure. At the time of this occurrence, Debbie and I worked together at a local newspaper, and our office was based in the basement of City Hall, sharing a room with the office attached to a recorder of deeds. 4 ladies worked for the city there, and we knew them pretty well. On Monday morning, one of them described how her daughter had come to her on a previous Saturday afternoon and told her of the horrific shootout that occurred at her friend's wedding party in the park near the lake. No one was hurt, but the limo took 2 slugs in the door and fender. Prior to the shooting, both Deb and I would have long discussions about the afterlife, ghosts, and etc. And we are both believers in the power of the mind and spirit. But this experience set me on a path of dealing with spirits that I still encounter today. These will be submitted for your approval at a later date. Back in 1986, when my daughter was 3 years old, she was playing in her bedroom and I was watching all my children on television, when all of a sudden, she came out of her room asking me to tell the man to leave her alone. Startled because she and I were the only ones in the house at the time, I said, "What man?" She said, "The man in my room. He keeps talking to me." So I got up and went into the room and looked for this man. In fact, I decided to look all over the house for this man and could not even find him. I then made sure all the doors and windows were locked, and I told my daughter that there is no man in the house, so she went back to playing. About 10 minutes later, she came back into the living room and announced, "Tell the man to leave me alone." This time I freaked out and told her, "Dana, there's no man in the house. I looked everywhere for him. I do not see anyone here." And she replied to me, "He's right here." I asked, "Where?" And she pointed to the hallway, and she acted like she was holding someone's hand. I asked, "What are you doing?" She replied, "He just wants to say hi to you." Incredulous and open-mouthed, I asked, "Me?" What happened next sent chills down my spine. My 3-year-old daughter walked with this man to the wall, as if she was still holding his hand. I asked her, "What does this man want from you?" She said, "He says he loves you." I asked her for the man's name, and she simply replied, "Monk." Almost in shock, I got out, "What did you say?" She looked up at this man and said, as if to the air, "What did you say your name was?" And then she once again looked back at me and said, "Monk." I asked her several times if the man's name was Monk, and every time she said yes. But then I was freaking out, because my grandfather's nickname was Monk. Still not believing, I told her this isn't funny, and she said, "He just wanted me to tell you he loves you, and he wanted to say hi." I asked her to describe him, and then he described my grandfather to a T. You see, my grandfather died in 1969 in Illinois when I was 4 years old. It was so long ago, there is no way my 3-year-old could possibly have known this. He couldn't have even seen what he looked like because he did not have any pictures of him until 1991. That was the only time my child had an encounter. But what encounter it was, and I'm left to scratch my head thinking if it was actually my grandpa or not. I'd like to think it was, but at the time, it was so terrifying not knowing who this person was at the moment. Wasn't it an intruder? Was it someone else? But no, it was my grandfather, checking in on me to see if I was okay. What a man he was. A former associate and friend told me this once. Her parents once lived in Leemaster, a little hollow in Buchanan County. While they lived there, they could hear a baby crying outside. When they went out on the porch, it would stop, but as soon as they went back in, it would start again. This went on for a long time, until one day, a bunch of young boys were digging in the dirt, playing with their trucks and such, when they happened upon an old buried jar. After further inspection by the children and my friend's father, they found it contained the remains of a baby submerged in alcohol to keep it in good condition. Turns out, a young girl had once lived in the area and had a miscarriage. Instead of having a proper funeral, she put it in the alcohol and buried it afterwards. After the discovery by the children, the crying stopped, the baby found peace, and all was quiet again. Thanks for the short read. I was 10 years old at the time, now 27, and my mother, sister, who was 8 at the time, and I had just moved into a basement-level apartment. The place was very dark and gloomy, as most basements are, I imagine. It had only 2 bedrooms, a small eating kitchen that adjoined the living area, a small hallway that led to the bedrooms and bath. I can still remember the fact that it only had 3 windows and 1 set of sliding glass doors in the dining area that allowed any natural light in. 1 window was in the living room, 1 in the room that my sister and I shared, and 1 small window in our mom's room. Like I said, very dark and gloomy. We had only lived there a few weeks when at first, only my sister was noticing weird things. Since our mother worked full-time, and I was bused across town to a different school than my sister, she would arrive at the apartment first in the afternoons. She would later tell me about the noises she heard and the strange shadows she saw darting around the corner of her eyes. I clearly remember one afternoon when I arrived home, which was about an hour after she did, only to discover my sister huddled up on the top of the steps that led down to our front door. She had her arms wrapped around her drawn-up legs, her head lowered to her knees, and she was shaking and rocking back and forth. It was obvious that she was terrified. I asked her what was wrong, and all she did was point down the stairs. Curiously, I walked down and started towards our door. I noticed absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. I marched back up the steps to ask her what was wrong with her. Finally, she related this to me. When she came home from school, she walked down to our door, only to find it standing wide open. She knew I wasn't home yet, and neither was our mom. She would have seen her car out front. She walked slowly to the open doorway and peered into the living room, at which time she says the chairs and the dining room table all flew away from it simultaneously, and what sounded like all the kitchen cabinets and drawers slammed shut, their contents rattling from the force. She said she saw the chairs move, but nobody was in the apartment. She then said she was so scared that she dropped her books, let the door standing wide open, and ran up the stairs and sat there until I arrived. I explained that she must have imagined it all, as the door was closed and I saw no books in the hallway. She swore it happened exactly like she said, but I was still skeptical. So me, being the older, wiser, and therefore fearless one, I pressured her into going back down there with me. I mean, we had to go in sooner or later, right? I unlocked the door and slowly opened it, while my sister hid behind me, clinging to me like a cheap sweater. Lo and behold, gasp, everything was as it should be, with the exception of my sister's school books, all piled neatly on the coffee table. The chairs were where they should be, and nothing was amiss in the kitchen. Needless to say, I didn't believe a word my sister told me. That was until I saw the Shadow Man. A few weeks after finding my sister cowering on the steps, I bought a Walkman radio and some cassettes. We're talking early 80s here, to go with it. That night, I decided to listen to my Walkman after my sister and mom went to bed. I believe it was around 11 p.m. when I started getting the distinct feeling that I was being watched from the open doorway to our room. I don't know why, but I was instantly afraid. I just knew it wasn't my mom. So, since I was lying on my back, all I had to do was turn my head in the direction of the doorway and find out if anyone was there or not. I turned the Walkman off and waited, lying stiff as a board and holding my breath, just waiting to hear anything unusual. I was still getting the impression that someone was in the doorway staring at me, but I was too terrified to look. I just knew that I wouldn't like seeing who was there, and now I was certain that there was somebody there. Finally, I got the nerve to slowly turn my head towards the door. To my absolute horror, there was a man standing there. I'd never been so scared in all my life. I didn't dare to move or make a sound, or even breathe for that matter. I just kept my eyes glued to the doorway. That's when I noticed that I could see right through it. Before I could really panic, it occurred to me that it must be a shadow of someone that was standing out at street level. I rationalized that the streetlights were casting the shadow into the hallway, through the window that was in our room. I was starting to calm myself down and decided to prove my theory by turning around and looking at the window that was behind me. As soon as I did, panic assailed me all over again. There was no shadow on the sheer curtains, nothing but the soft glow of the streetlight in the parking lot. I immediately looked back to the doorway, hoping and praying desperately that the figure would be gone. It was still there, only now it appeared darker, but I could still make out the thermostat for the heating and the air on the wall through it. It also seemed to be projecting a seriously negative feeling. I don't understand why I felt that, but I did, and I was definitely terrified. It made no movement whatsoever, and I was able to really look at it. It appeared to be a man wearing a long trench coat and a fedora-style hat. Reminded me of a Dick Tracy kind of character, if you know what I mean. All of this was in outline with no other distinguishing features. No face, hands, or feet for that matter, and it seemed to hover in one spot. I didn't know what to do at this point, and it seemed an eternity had passed since I noticed its presence. It occurred to me then that I didn't hear my sister snoring, which was a usual thing for her to be doing, hence the reason I had bought the Walkman. I figured she had to be awake, so I whispered her name. Imagine my disbelief when she responded, and I could tell she was terrified too. I couldn't blame her one bit. After all, the foot of her bed was only 3 feet from the doorway, and it. I whispered to her, "Do you see it?" "Yes," she hissed, and then started whimpering. "We have to get out of here. On the count of 3, we run as fast as we can to Mom's room." So much for me being the fearless one. She didn't want to, but I wasn't staying, that was for sure. Our escape would mean running through the thing, but at that point, I didn't see any other options. I counted the 3, bounded off the bed, grabbed my sister from her bed, and we were both screaming and running hell-bent for leather from my mom's room down the hall. We jumped into the bed with her. She was already sitting up, having heard us screaming. I don't recall what she said, or what we even told her. It seems I just passed out from the fright. My mom didn't ask us about what had happened the next day, and my sister, nor myself, brought it up then. Maybe my mom didn't need to ask. Who knows? We never saw the Shadow Man after that, thank God. As it happened, we moved out shortly thereafter. I don't think it was a coincidence either. Our lease wasn't up until 6 more months. I didn't complain, and neither did my sister. We never spoke of it until I brought it up to her during a phone conversation in 1996 when I was telling her about my new haunted house. I'll send some of those stories later. We were both surprised that the other remembered the incident so clearly. After all those years, the details of that night were still very clear to the both of us. This was my very first ghostly encounter. I hope you enjoyed it. It's exactly how I remember it, and of course, I could never forget the Shadow Man. This event happened while I was back in Pine Ridge, visiting family. In Pine Ridge, there is no rhyme or reason to where cemeteries are placed. There are numerous little cemeteries on hilltops and mixed in with the various homes. Then there is a main cemetery behind Red Cloud School where lots of weird stuff happens there as well. I don't go back to visit very often, and because of this, I'm not nearly as superstitious as the locals when it comes to hanging around cemeteries. One of the superstitions which I found out the hard way is the real deal, is to never go around a graveyard at dusk, and be careful who you talk to or see in the cemetery. By my cousin's house is a cemetery within walking distance, on a small hill that looks over the street that she lives on. I don't actually know anybody buried in the cemetery, since all of my family is buried in either Red Cloud Cemetery or St. Anne's Cemetery. At the time of this story, my cousins both had small daughters, and they would come by and visit often. My cousin had mentioned that he had gone up to the cemetery on the hill one evening to clean the area up a little, and while he was there, he saw an old woman dressed in black, standing by an older grave, crying. He didn't recognize her and walked up closer to see if she was all right. He approached her, and when she turned around, she only had eyes but no face. My cousin was very scared and hightailed it out of there. What he didn't realize was he brought a visitor back with him. After this happened, my aunt started hearing things in the house, and small objects would be moved around. They figured someone had come down from the cemetery. My aunt is a kind of new ager, so she didn't find this to be upsetting. She just accepted it. While I was there one day during broad daylight, I was sitting in the living room, and I saw a little girl walking down the hall, and she walked into the bedroom. I'd been there only a couple of days, so I thought it was one of my 2 cousins' little daughters. I wondered if my cousins had pulled up, and she had come into the house. So I called out, and then got up, and looked. Nobody was there. I went to my aunt and asked if my cousins and their kids were there. She said no. I then told her, well, some kid just walked down the hallway. Turns out, it was the little dead girl from the graveyard. I was really freaked out, because after that, she started making her presence more known. For instance, I would wake up in the middle of the night, and the bedroom light would be on, the door would be open, I would shut it, and it would open up back again. Weird stuff like that. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well until I left. This story happened when I was 18 years old. My friend Chris had just moved to Reno, Nevada, about 30 miles north of Carson City, into her first apartment. This apartment was a regular run-of-the-mill one-bedroom apartment. Nothing special, and within the budget of someone just getting out of high school. When Chris was moving in with the help of a boyfriend and some other friends, there was still some junk in the apartment from the previous tenant. You know, when you first move into a place, there are little scraps of paper, pins, buttons, etc., especially in the closets and stuff. Well, while they were cleaning up, they found a driver's license. It was a guy's license, and he was over 21. We all know where this is headed, right? Anyway, Chris's then boyfriend, who was under 21, figured this was a real lucky find. He could use it to go out and get into the clubs and go drinking in the casinos. We all had false IDs back then, but having an unaltered license was the best. Chris got moved into the apartment, and initially, everything was going great. But then she started to notice some odd things happening in and around her apartment. For starters, whenever she would come home, the light in the walk-in closet would be on. At first she just thought that she had left it on when she was getting dressed, but after a few more times, when she was sure that she had turned it off and then it was on, she started getting a little freaked out about it. After this had gone on a while, the window in her bedroom would also be found open. She even went so far as to lock and nail it shut. Sure enough, she got back from work, and it was open. Small things also began to be misplaced, and then show up somewhere else in the apartment. Finally, one night Chris, her boyfriend, and a group of friends went out to a club called the Premier Club in Reno. When they were standing at the door, waiting to get in, the bouncer was of course doing the prerequisite ID checks. When the bouncer got to Chris's boyfriend, who had used this ID already numerous times before, he took a look, stopped, and then got really angry. He kept saying over and over, "This isn't you, this is not you." And of course, Chris's boyfriend started to sweat the load, because he thought for sure he had somehow been found out. He tried to bluff, saying yes it was him, but the bouncer only stared back at him and said, "I know this guy," and repeated, "This isn't you." As it turns out, the young man who the ID did belong to was the one that was found in Chris's closet. Not long before, he had hung himself in that same very closet and was found dead there. Needless to say, Chris moved out of the apartment pronto. Anyone who has ever served in the Navy has certainly heard a ghost story or two. Although deaths in peacetime on board naval ships is rare, it does occasionally happen, usually due to mishaps or suicide, and, although rare, murders occur as well. This particular ship was a destroyer, and this destroyer was haze gray and underway most times. When a ship is underway, one must perform their usual duties, plus collateral duties, and stand various watches. The watches that can be the longest are when you are standing out on the ship, somewhere at night in the middle of the ocean. There had been various rumors aboard this particular ship that people saw someone walking around the ship in places that they didn't belong, and when challenged, would simply disappear. One night, a friend of mine had the watch. It was around 1 a.m. or so, and he was standing out by the fantail after having walked around and was having a smoke. He was of course still looking around, but in the middle of the night, there isn't anyone to see. Suddenly, he saw a shape that was darker than the rest of the dark, standing silhouetted by the tower area of the ship. This was an area that a person wouldn't have any business being in at that time of night. So my friend D yelled out, "Hey, you up there!" He expected for someone to yell back down. Instead, the person ran straight up the side of the tower and onto the radar equipment. There is no way that a real person could have done this. It had the outline of a man and was the same size as a shipmate would be. Once he reached the top of the tower, he just vanished. My friend D came back down after his watch and started talking about the weird crap he just saw, and of course, that's when the other stories started rolling in. Turns out, at times, sound-powered phones through the ship would ring, even if they weren't in use at the time. Even the phones on board the ship, which are usually out of service when the ship is underway, would ring. If someone picked the phone up, they would just hear static and silence. Other men reported that they had seen a man walking around corners and disappearing from the passageways before anyone could catch up with them. Others had also seen the sailor out on various parts of the ship at night. But did someone die on board? Chances are, somewhere along the line someone has. But who was this? No one ever did find out. The first story I told you about my house in Spur was the first time that anything strange had ever happened there, but it sure wasn't the last. First,
I think I should give you a little background information. When I lived in Spur, I was married to a guy named Gary. He died of a major heart attack in November of 1991. I lived in the house until June of 1992. During those 8 months, my house became what I would like to call very lively. This story isn't really scary, but it does prove that not all ghosts have to be terrifying. When my husband died, I was devastated. For the first time in my life, I wasn't sure if I could go on, or if I even wanted to. I cried constantly. Everything I saw or heard always seemed to remind me of him. About 2 weeks after he died, I sent my daughter Trina to my mother's house for the night. I hadn't been alone even once since Gary's death, and I felt that I needed the time alone. I knew I would most likely spend most of the evening crying again, and I knew my poor daughter needed a break from my crying. I had to get my grief under control for my daughter's sake, and I hoped that by being alone, I might be able to come to terms with my feelings and so on. I watched TV for a while, cleaned the house, and ate a small luncheon for supper. It had been 3 hours and I still didn't cry. I was proud of myself for that. I started to get tired, so I turned off all the lights and laid on the couch. I tried hard to resist it, but the tears came anyways. I was crying harder then than ever before. It hurt so bad, then I began to imagine a way to make it stop hurting. I thought if I could go to sleep and never wake up, I could be with him again. Suddenly, a cool breeze, not a cold one, just a cool one, seemed to drift across my face, and with it came the scent of Gary's favorite cologne. I sat up on the couch and scanned the room, thinking that it was going to appear, and all of this had just been a terrible nightmare. I saw nothing, but I could smell his cologne even stronger. My heart began to race, and I knew that it was there with me. Then I noticed that it felt like somebody had just sat down next to me, because the couch springs seemed to groan a little, and I knew it wasn't me, because I hadn't moved. The funny thing was, I wasn't scared. For the first time since his death, I felt safe, and I knew I would be okay. I leaned back against the couch and just let what I knew was Gary comfort me with his presence. I cried, and I told him how much I loved him and missed him. I remember thinking how wonderful it would be to be in his arms once more. Incredibly enough, I felt what seemed like someone putting their arms around me very gently. I can remember feeling so happy and contented. I closed my eyes and fell asleep in my husband's arms. When I awoke the next morning, I faced the day with new hope and a happiness inside that I hadn't felt in a long time. I knew he wanted me to go on for my daughter's sake. I remember telling him that I would survive for our child. I finally felt like I could let him go, and I told him that before I went to pick up Trina. The only thing was, Gary never really left. Many other things happened that I knew was him, but I didn't mind. It was comforting to know that he was always there with me. Not all the things that happened in the house were good, though. Some were downright mean and cruel. I know that Gary would never be so mean and cruel, so I can only assume that there was another presence there in my house. But that's another story. As a child, I had a very creative mind, and have grown up to be a fairly competent artist. However, even an endless imagination couldn't have prepared me for the encounters I had at 8 years old, and the events had been burned into my mind. It was 1974, and my family had just moved from Quantico, Virginia. My dad was a Marine officer to Camp Pendleton Marine Corps based in California, into a 2-story duplex. Just about the time we got settled in, my paternal grandfather was murdered. A few months later, my mom's parents visited. Since we had a big family, a few of us kids were delighted to give up our beds for visiting family. Pappy got my bed, and I was relocated to my brother's bunk bed. Mark and I didn't get along, so I slept on the bottom with Daniel, with my head at the foot of the bed. At about 4 a.m., the first night, something awakened me. I didn't think anything about it and started to sleep again. However, I felt as if someone was watching me.
Then I could hear very heavy breathing and felt a downward draft on my face. Scared out of my mind, I squinted my eyes and saw a hulking black figure, looking like the Grim Reaper without bones, hovering over me as if staring into my eyes. I tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't go away. I even snored, but it still didn't leave. Thinking that a little movement might disrupt the nightmare, I moved towards the center of the bed, but I didn't wake up, and the tormentor continued to breathe on my face, moving around the bed and laying down beside me. Immediately, I leapt from the bed and screamed at the top of my lungs, "It's got me! It's got me!" Everyone in the family came running to see what had happened, commenting that a dark figure had disappeared in the hallway to the bedroom. Needless to say, I didn't sleep the rest of the night. What's worse, that black fiend and his lot continued to haunt me, the family, and the neighbors for years. I resorted to sleeping with an adult very close by, as often as I was allowed. Otherwise, encounters like the following were a nightly ritual. If I ever turned my head from the hallway light, which was left on for my security, the fiend's shadow would appear, and he would start panting like he'd just run a 26-mile race. Sometimes, he'd hide behind the door or in a closet. Sometimes, the whole family would hear chains dragging across the floor or glass breaking downstairs. One night it sounded as if plungers were being walked up and down the stairs. By this time, I'd mustered enough courage to investigate the sounds and saw nothing in the stairwell. Perhaps the scariest moment was the night I heard the hideous, angry laughter. As usual, something had awakened me, and I sat there wondering what to expect. Suddenly, I heard a commotion from downstairs, followed by laughter that could have come from the movies Sybil or The Exorcist. First it was one voice, then it was two, as if they were running around the first floor. Then they stopped. Suddenly, the first one started again, and I could hear it coming from up the stairs. It entered the hallway, ran to the bedroom, and brushed up against me, passing into the wall. Then the second voice started, but I didn't lie in bed waiting for it. I ran straight to my parents' room. Another time, one of our cousins came to visit, and it was decided that he and I would share a bed. Sometime that night, I was awakened to see the outline of a goat's head on my mom's wardrobe. It was kept in my room, with a bright ring in its nose and spiraling, fiery horns. As I screamed, it went away. Finally, one night, I'd had enough of the crap from whatever was haunting me. He had decided to inhabit the corner behind my bedroom door, just staring and breathing towards me. I sat up and said, "In the name of Jesus, leave me alone." Guess what? It stopped. I've never seen that thing again, and every day I thank God for the relief. However, all the haunting hadn't stopped. As recently as 1988, I've been harassed by a paranormal phenomenon. Even though we moved across the country, at times I would wake up being dragged by my feet off the bed. I also asked my parents if they had noticed my old bunk bed, the one from California, would sometimes shake and squeak as if a couple were going at it. My dad confided that, when I was young, the bed would often make lots of noise, sometimes when I was asleep on it, which would explain why I was often awake in the middle of the night. He bolted out of his room, swearing someone was harming one of his boys, only to find us all sleeping soundly. He also said the neighbors in California, the Martins, shared similar experiences to what I'd had. The past 11 years have been pretty uneventful, paranormally, and I hope it stays that way. A few nights before the big production at my high school, the director was staying after school to work on the set's final touches. She was alone on stage when suddenly a single long blonde hair fell from above. She thought to herself, must have been Stephanie's. Yeah, it must have stuck in the light fixture when she was working on it. Still, Miss Holton couldn't shake the somewhat eerie feeling that crept around her neck. She'd had this feeling ever since the beginning of rehearsals. The next day, Miss Holton went to visit a friend of hers in the school. "Elizabeth, I had the strangest thing happen last night. I was staying after, and when I was on stage, when this long piece of hair from the ceiling fell." "Was it long blonde?" asked Elizabeth. "Yes, why?" "It must have been Julie's," Elizabeth said in an eerie tone. "Who's Julie? You mean you haven't heard of Julie before?" Back in 1974, the drama department decided to put Romeo and Juliet for the spring production. Julie was a tall, beautiful blonde senior who was talented in every way. She was determined to get the part of Juliet. Auditions came around, and sadly, Julie didn't make the cut. She was outraged. She told the director if he didn't give her the part, she would die, simply die. "If I don't get the part," Julie told him, "I'll kill myself." Of course, no one took her seriously, and a few months later, Romeo and Juliet opened up. The first night, Julie was there, sitting directly in the middle of the house, staring angrily at Juliet. She didn't laugh or cry. When the play was over, she got up and left. Juliet went to the house manager and told him, "My God, Julie was giving me the creeps. She just kept staring at me." Her friend comforted her and told her not to worry about it. "No, she's just jealous, that's all. She won't come back the next night." But Julie came back again. She sat in the center of the house, neither laughing or crying, just glaring at Juliet. Once again, Juliet went to the house manager and told him, "She was here again, Jared. She just kept staring at me. Now, I mean it. If she comes tomorrow, give her a different seat." Yeah, okay. Sure I will. Whatever you say." Sunday was the final night, and sure enough, Julie showed up. Somehow, she got the same seat and glared at poor Juliet. When the show was over, she got up and left. The house closed, and the teachers began to knock down the set. They left a ladder center stage and a rope hanging from one of the pipes. Sometime in the middle of the night, Julie broke into the theater and climbed the ladder. She hitched a rope around her neck and hung herself. On Monday morning, she was found by a teacher. She was dead and bloated. And that is Julie's story. Elizabeth completed the story and asked, "What play were you originally going to do anyway?" Miss Holton gulped, "Romeo and Juliet." Juliet's haunted our theater since the night of her untimely death. Sometimes she makes props disappear. Other times she makes the noise of a chair being thrown down. Of course, no one will find the invisible person whose pranks, or are they warnings, scare them. Her footsteps simply ring in the empty halls. One thing is for certain though, we know Julie had come to visit. It all started when I was about 8 years old. My family and I moved into a rented house in Haltom City, Fort Worth, Texas. This house was not really all that old, maybe built in the 50s, that's a guess. Anyway, moving in, I was outside in the front yard playing, and two neighbor boys came out and started talking to me. Eventually, I went to the house to visit, and got to know these prospective new friends. While inside, I was standing in a particular spot in their kitchen when one of the boys looked at the other and then at me and says, "I wouldn't stand there if I were you." Curious, I asked, "Why not?" And the boy replied, "Because there was a ghost in that very spot one time." Needless to say, I jumped right off that spot and went outside. Then I was curious. I started asking these guys about their ghost, and they told me that their aunt and little cousin had come to visit them, and while they were in the kitchen talking and catching up, the little boy was running around in the house playing. A little bit later, the little boy walked into the kitchen and stood next to his mom. His mom, noticing him out of the corner of her eye, went to place her hand on his shoulder, and her hand passed right through him. She jumped back aghast and looked at the little boy. The kid just looked up at her, and then all the other adults in the kitchen, one by one, then vanished. And about that time, the little boy came running down the hall, screaming like something was chasing him. As a kid, that story frightened me quite a bit. But then they proceeded to tell me that they would be sitting watching TV, and the channel would change, or the volume will go up full blast all of a sudden, and sometimes their front door will swing wide open with the deadbolt still poking out, as if it passed right through the door or something. The boys I was chatting with had an older sister. She was about 17 or 18 years old, and one night, she was asleep, and she distinctly felt someone grab her by her arms firmly and lift her into the air and start banging her into the window like it was trying to toss her out. Of course, she woke up terrified and started screaming at the top of her lungs. When her parents burst into her room and turned the light on, it dropped her and disappeared. It was never visible, but left right then. The next day, I saw the bruise marks on her arms that were shaped like someone with large hands had been squeezing them very hard. At the time, I was too scared to ever go into the house, but at the same time, I felt like they may be pulling my leg and making up these stories. That is, until one day, my parents were outside talking to these boys' parents, and they told my folks the same stories that they told me. To top it off, they said to my parents, "Some very strange things have happened in your house too, but we'd rather not talk about that." And they never told my folks what happened in our house. I'll send in another story soon. I don't know why, but I've always had experiences ever since I can remember. The experiences have been from ghostly encounters too. Well, I'd rather let you decide what the others are. I guess the reason why I draw these things towards me and others around me is that my awareness is higher than most people, or that I'm just lucky. All my life, I felt things that I cannot explain. I'll visit a new place with my family, or go on a school field trip and things will happen, or they just happen at my home. I've had very pleasant experiences, and then there were the scariest kinds. I'll tell you a few of the scary ones. Massachusetts is a very old state, with a lot of very old homes, and that's why haunted tales are not unusual. But no matter how many experiences people have or tell, no one seems to believe them. I will say that all of my stories are true. Believe them or not, that's your choice. By the summer before my 8th grade in junior high, my family, mom, grandmother, and myself moved into a new house. Ever since I can remember, things would move around on my bedroom dresser. I have crystal vases, boxes, etc. I would go downstairs and realize that I forgot something, and all the things on my dresser would have been moved completely to the other side of the dresser. Since I was the only child at the time, my grandmother was downstairs and my mother would be at work. I knew it was a ghost. However, it wasn't threatening, so I didn't think about it too much. I just let it do what it wanted to. About 3 years later, I experienced something very scary. I had a friend from school sleep over my house, and that evening, I saw someone in my room. I awoke from sleeping. I was on the floor in a sleeping bag, and my friend was in my bed. I thought my grandmother was in my room. I saw a figure pacing back and forth in front of my bed. Again, I thought it was my grandmother, so I called out to her. I thought she was just checking to make sure we had enough blankets, etc. But when it finally turned to look at me, I realized it wasn't her. It was a medium-sized man, dressed in black, with a long black cape and a hood over his head, and the whitest face I had ever seen. And one more thing, I swear that he had a mark on his face in black, similar to the letter Z. After I saw this, I turned to my friend and started yelling at my friend to wake up. When she finally did, I told her to look, and of course he wasn't there. She told me that I was imagining it and to go back to sleep. The next morning, we both went downstairs and I told my family what I had seen. They all laughed at me, but I was serious and my mother told me she believed me. About a week later, I was on the phone with another friend of mine, Shelley. We were talking about what we had been up to. She told me that last weekend, she and some of our friends went out at the end of the evening for a drive to a nearby cemetery. She said the three of them got out to walk around the graveyard, but she stayed behind in the car to wait. She said that when she was waiting for the others to come back, she saw this man coming towards the car at her. She then proceeded to tell me that she was never so scared in her life. She started to freak out. She quickly leaned over all of the seats of the car to make sure the car door was locked, and when she looked up, the man was still walking towards her in the car. She then described the man to me on the phone, and she described him to the T as the man that I saw in my room that same weekend. I was speechless on the phone and just listened to her story. I didn't tell her about my visit from the man, who I call the Z-Man. About a month passed after that, and I finally told her my story. She was shocked and thought I was making it up. I told her I wanted to tell her that night she called me, but I was so scared that I just couldn't. 2 months passed towards the end of the summer. Shelley and I and some of our friends went to the drive-in theater. She and I had to go to the restroom. As we waited in line, we turned to look on the wall and saw, written black, was the Z-Man is coming. We then both looked at each other and ran out of there as fast as we could. All I know is that it was evil, and I didn't want to find out if he or it was coming again or not. I haven't saw this man since 1989, or at least not that I can remember, but nor do I want to. Then again, I live in Florida now, and maybe that could be a reason why he hasn't made an appearance. Thanks for reading. It all happened when I was at my old house, which was a rather smallish farmhouse. There I lived with my mother, father, and 17-year-old brother. I was always a little suspicious, but not greatly into anything like ghosts in any big way or manner. Little things would always happen around the house, things like books falling off shelves, vases, etc. But no one really took any particular notice. Everyone else in my family simply blamed it on the old house's feeble foundation. But me being a little sus, I always came to the same conclusion, that it had to be a ghost and that the house was truly and purely haunted. Especially since someone died in the old place about 10 years before we moved in. And well, that would give you the creeps, right? Well, it did a righteous turn for me, I assure you. I'm not quite sure how the person died. No one ever talked about it. Anyway, my brother used to love attempting to scare me. He would jump out at me all the time and go running past my door and screaming boo. Stupid, immature things like that. But one day, I was in my room, lying on my bed, just glancing at my door that was wide open. My brother was in his bedroom, right next to mine. I could tell this because his music was turned right up. My father was at work and my mother was, well, I didn't have a clue as to where she was. I thought she was in the kitchen. So, I was staring at my door in the middle of the day when suddenly a shadow whisked past my door. It appeared about the half the size of a human being and seemed to almost float. I thought it was just my brother playing tricks on me, as if he had just ran past my door and was squatting to make himself look short. So I called out to him, very funny ads, very funny. I looked at the door again, and once again, the thing ran past my door in the opposite direction, heading towards my parents' room to the back of the house. This time, I was freaked, but I still believed, or wanted to believe, that it was my brother fooling around. So I ran into his room to find it unbelievably empty. So, I ran back into my room and looked out my window, and there, out the front of our 5-acre block, was my mother and brother doing some gardening. I ran out the front and accused my brother of being stupid, and he had no idea whatsoever what was going on. My mother became suspicious, and we all went back into the house together. We searched the house from front to back, finding absolutely nothing to blame. Strange things kept happening around the house. We soon moved, thank God. Now that we've moved house into town, we only just found out that one of the houses around the corner, where we used to live, was also supposed to be haunted. Apparently, once a whole bookshelf fell over, almost crushing the owner of the house for no apparent reason. The world is weird, but we definitely are not alone.
When my husband and I were first married, some 29 years ago, he took me to Columbus, Ohio to meet his family. His mother lived on West 2nd Avenue, and his sister and her family lived across the street from her. Tootie, my husband's sister, was a nice, friendly person, and we got along great from day one. She and her family lived in a big old house that, like many other old houses, had been divided into 2 apartments, one upstairs and one down. Tootie and her family lived in the downstairs apartment. My husband and I were staying with his mother, but we visited Tootie and her family every day. Several times during the visits, I heard the front door open. The 2 apartments shared a common front door and foyer, then each had their own individual doors to the apartments. Footsteps going up the stairs to the other apartment, and then what sounded like people moving around up there. I found nothing strange about this, as I was not familiar with the house or its occupants. Then one night, Tootie, her 3 children, and I were alone in her apartment. She was in the kitchen fixing supper, while I kept an eye on the kids who were watching TV in the living room. Again, I heard the outside door open, someone going up the stairs, and the door to the other apartment open and close. About that time, Tootie called the kids and me to supper. During the course of conversation over supper, I asked her who lived in the upstairs apartment. No one, she said. That apartment has been empty since we moved here, 3 years ago. I felt the blood draining from my face because I knew that someone had been going up there all week and was, in fact, up there at the moment we were talking. My first thought was that someone was up to no good and that they were using the empty apartment as a base. Tootie was looking at me strangely. Someone is up there, I said. I heard them go up there a while ago. That's impossible, Tootie replied. The only other person with a key to that apartment besides myself. The landlord had given her a key so she could check on the other apartment from time to time. Is the landlord, and he's out of town this week. At that moment, we all heard heavy footsteps plodding down the hallway upstairs. The hallway led down a block flight of stairs, which ended at a door, which was kept locked at all times, that opened into Tootie's apartment. The footsteps were headed for that door. Badly frightened, we all jumped up from the table. Call the police, I screamed. I'll call Ted's, her husband's brother, she said. He lives just 2 houses down the street and can get here before the police. Tootie's brother-in-law and a friend that happened to be visiting him arrived within minutes of her frantic call. Tootie gave them the key to the apartment, and they just went upstairs with flashlights. There was no electricity on in the upstairs apartment to check things out. Tootie, the kids, and I sat huddled in the kitchen, expecting the man to yell, "Call the police" at any moment, but nothing happened. Then, we heard footsteps coming down the stairs to the door that led into the kitchen. There they stopped. We thought it was Tootie's brother-in-law and his friend, and Tootie called out to him. There was no answer. A few minutes later, Tootie's brother-in-law and his friend came down the stairs via the door in the kitchen and called for Tootie to let them in. They had seen or heard nothing, they said, and had been through the whole apartment. They probably thought we were 2 hysterical women who had spooked each other, but we knew what we had heard. Tootie said that after that night, the footsteps and banging doors in the upstairs apartment got so bad that she eventually moved out, even though her apartment was a really nice place. She moved across the street to the house where her mother had lived and stayed there for the next 10 years. People moved in and out of the downstairs apartment in her old house at an alarming rate, and no one ever stayed long. Strangely enough, no one ever rented the upstairs apartment, even though it was a nice place. About 10 years after this incident, a strange odor started permeating the air on West 2nd Avenue. It smelled like something dead. Everyone up and down the street assumed that some large animal, a dog maybe, had crawled into the basement of a house and died. Eventually, they decided the odor was coming from the house that Tootie had lived in.
The police were called to investigate, and they found the body of Tootie's former landlord, you guessed it, in the upstairs apartment. One has to wonder if the entity that haunted the place had anything to do with the old man's death. I certainly hope not. I hope he died a peaceful death. But the police said a pure look of terror was frozen on his face when they found his decomposing body in that awful apartment. Thanks for reading. Last year in the month of June, my twin sister Kelly decided that she didn't want to be on this earth anymore. We were both 20 years old, and I knew at that time she was going through a depressed state. Being her closest sister, I could sense her depression first off before anyone, but just thought it was friends, or maybe that she wasn't feeling well. Her mood swings were affecting Mom and Dad, and they were concerned if she was sick or worried about anything that she could tell them. But she didn't let anyone know her reasons for being moody. 2 months before she died, she started writing in a journal. It wasn't a daily journal, but she entered things in it that were occurring in her life, or about how she was feeling. One of her entries captured my attention. She wrote about a 22-year-old man by the name of David and his visits to her. At first I thought it was someone she was seeing that none of us knew about, but as I read on, she mentioned that David was a ghost, but he didn't scare her. She went on about how she came to visit her when she was alone in her room and when she was asleep. His presence was always willed because he would touch her lightly on her hair or on her shoulder, and it would be a very cold feeling. Kelly went on to say that this only happened in her room. At first when I read the story, I was a little frightened that this was happening in our house, but then Kelly wrote that David was a gentle spirit that kept her company, and she became very attached to him after some time. Then her depression set in. She didn't want to live anymore and go through the hassles of being an adult with all the responsibilities involved. I always knew she wanted life to be handed to her on a silver platter, and that she was never one to be realistic. She just ignored the important things in life and went on. She entered into her journal that life was boring and that she didn't have the same direction or goals that I had. We were identical twins, but had totally different personalities. I cried when I read that because I would have always tried to help her if she was sad. I wish I had been a better sister to her during her depressed time, and I get mad at myself for not being persistent enough to have helped her. Kelly's last entry was 2 weeks before she died, and it said that life with David would be more happier for her. She would plan her departure to be with David soon, and she hoped that everyone would understand what she was going through and that this is what she wanted to do. I've never understood why she killed herself, and neither has anyone else. The reason why she died is just too bizarre to understand. On December 10th, at about 11 p.m., I was closing all the windows and locking the doors in our house before I went to bed. Mom and Dad had gone away for a couple of days for a break from work, and Mom still had not gotten over Kelly's death, so I was the only one at home as I was securing the house when I heard the sounds of someone running up the stairs and laughter. My heart started pounding as I knew no one was in the house except for me. I wasn't sure what to do, so I grabbed one of Mom's kitchen knives and started up the stairs. Then the running footsteps vanished into Kelly's old room, and the laughter continued. Now my stomach was churning, and I was scared to even look. I just thought to myself that this can't be happening, and gripped the knife tightly as I neared the entrance of the room. As I edged closer, I heard the sounds of two people, but couldn't understand what they were saying. I could only hear the voice of a male and a female. I asked who was there, but no one replied, so I stormed into Kelly's bedroom. It was empty. I opened the wardrobe door to see if anyone was hiding in there, and that was also empty. But oddly, her bedroom window was open, and a cool breeze was entering the room. As I turned around, I was startled to see a hazy figure standing at the bedroom doorway. My heart felt like it was going to be ripped out as it was beating so fast. I stood in shock and stared in amazement. Even though I felt silly for asking, I asked if she was Kelly. I could tell by the shape of the figure that it was a female, and then she started to come towards me. I backed off a bit, and then she became familiar with me. She was wearing faded blue jeans and a blue top. Tears were streaming down my face.
These were the same clothes Kelly had worn when she had hung herself. Even though her face was not clear to me, I knew that she was smiling. She blew me a kiss and walked out of the room and into the hallway. I ran after her, but she had disappeared quicker than a blink of an eye. After that experience, I've always had a feeling that Kelly is watching me. It's a scary memory I have of her visit, but I do feel comforted that she is not sad. I miss her deeply and have not seen her spirit since. I hope she is finally at rest. Before I moved to Las Vegas, I used to visit a lot. My family and I enjoyed staying at the various hotels. About 3 years ago, we stayed at one of the original older hotel casinos on the Strip in Las Vegas. At the time, this hotel casino was experiencing difficulties with the union. Our room was 179. When we got to the door, I put in the key card. The little green light went on, and I tried to open the door. It was impossible to open. It took me and my dad to open it. At the time, we thought it was some kind of vacuum or the hinges on the door needed to be fixed. Of course, 5 minutes later, we forgot all about it. A few minutes after I put my clothes in the drawers, I searched around the room to check for any dropped casino chips from past guests. To my dismay, I found nothing. After that, I looked for the Bible in the room. There was none. Now that was odd. They are always in hotel rooms. Someone must have taken it. Later that day, we all went out to the Strip. My mom got tired around 11 o'clock, so she went back to the room. Me and my dad stayed out till 1 o'clock in the morning. When we got back, I was really tired. I slept on the couch and my parents slept on the bed. We had a suite. The next morning, my dad was almost crying. He said that he had seen a ghost. I thought he was joking because he had always said that there was no such things. He said he saw it around 4:45 in the morning. According to him, he felt something at the foot of the bed. He turned over, sat up, and opened his eyes. Standing before him was a woman dressed in a white dress. He said it looked like something from the 40s or 50s. The lady had her arms folded across her chest. He could see all the wrinkles in her dress. She just stood there and didn't make a sound, but he did not see a face or hands, just whiteness. When he saw her, he yelled at my mom to wake up. My mom didn't wake up right away. He shook her a few times to wake up. When she did, my dad looked at the woman at the foot of the bed. Then, she just dissipated from the outside in. They didn't want to wake me until 8 a.m. They said they didn't want to keep me awake. I really don't know what to think. So, being the smartass that I am, I lit a match and said, "Ghost, you are no longer welcome here. Get out of your room." But then I said, "Oh, never mind. You can just stay over in that corner if you don't bother us." My parents were apprehensive about staying another night. I convinced them that we should stay another night because I thought it would be cool, and so they agreed. That night, I fell asleep around 12:30. At about 4 in the morning, I felt something in the room. I was afraid to look. I put my head in my blankets for about 15 minutes. I was breathing pretty hard. I decided to stick my head out of the blankets, and when I did, I was scared out of my pajamas. There, in the corner that I had told the ghost to go, was the ghost, white dress and all. Immediately, I put my head under the covers. Tears were coming down my face. I hoped to God that the ghost didn't come over to me. I stayed awake and didn't move until I heard my parents were awake. When I had told them what had happened, they decided that we would never return to this hotel ever again. We packed up all of our stuff and headed out, and when we got to the door, the maid was there. My dad asked her, "What was that we saw in the room?" The maid's eyes got big, and she asked us if we had seen the ghost. We all answered yes in unison. She said that she would not clean the room, handed off the towels to us, and ran off crying. When we checked out, we didn't ask anyone about the ghost because we didn't want to cause a scene. When we got home, I told all my friends about it. They all said cool. I don't think it was cool at all. At work, my dad asked if anybody knew any ghost stories about the place we had stayed at. One of his coworker girlfriends who had been a cocktail waitress there and said that in the 50s a country western singer had stayed there. He was cheating on his wife with his mistress. His wife visited him while he was in bed with the mistress and shot her, the mistress. That's all of the story I heard. The mistress of the man may or may not be the ghost in room 179, but all I know is that there is a ghost in that room, and I'll never go there ever again. My teen years were turbulent and not very pleasant. I won't go into too much detail, but a little background is necessary in order to fully explain the story I have to tell. My family, being military, traveled often. This made us very dependent on one another. However, in 1985, my father retired to a small, miserable town called Lebanon in the cornfields of Illinois. Being a small town, it was chock full of every small town cliche imaginable. My sister, being 2 years older than I, found the prospect of not being uprooted suddenly very pleasing and made many friends very easily. I, on the other hand, couldn't stand the bumpkins we lived among and quickly became the town outcast. My father, hating retirement, found a local job and was gone from the house a lot. My mother and I were never close, and she soon became lost in my sister's popularity and forgot about me. None of this bothered me after all. I knew one day I would leave. Nonetheless, I found myself alone a lot. Our house was a clone of the typical 1950s two-story white house. We even had the white picket fence in the backyard. There had only been one previous owner of our abode, a nice old couple that had retired to Florida. They did not smoke, and no one in my family did at that time. However, shortly after moving in, we would smell cigarette smoke in various areas of the house. It was so strong, it would make one's eyes water. Then it would be gone. My father was never a believer, still isn't, so this was easily dismissed by him. However, my mother soon named the smoke the work of Fred. Once Fred became named, he made himself very believable. The footsteps, the lights, so on were all par for the cause. However, Fred's favorite activity would be rearranging the food in the fridge. We would come to breakfast in the morning, and all the food would be alphabetized or arranged according to color, size, so on. Once he even crammed all the food onto one shelf. My mother yelled, "Oh, Fred, don't you ever do that again. Now clean this up." The next time the door was opened, it was cleaned, although my father would say it was a half-ass effort. But it was when I was alone that I could feel Fred more closely. He would be there so strongly. I would talk to him out loud, never getting an answer but feeling better. In our basement was a makeshift hobby room the previous owner had constructed. We kept our tools in this room as well as our empty luggage. When I would enter this room, I would feel like I was intruding. It always felt cold, and as soon as I found what I was looking for, the feeling to get out would be even stronger. Nothing bad ever happened, just the urgency to get out. I asked Fred if he wanted me to stay out of his room. The lights began to flicker, and I took that as a yes. I moved the tools and luggage and never went in there again. This continued for 3 years until one day I was viciously attacked. Gotta love those small towns. Once I returned home and slept in my bed again, I felt someone sit down next to me. I thought it was my sister, but when I looked, I saw only a butt print, no body. I cried and talked to Fred all night about what had happened, and from that point on, he slept with me every night. I could sometimes feel him sit next to me on the couch or on the front porch swing. He was very comforting. I graduated from high school in 1990 and got the hell out of Dodge. The last night I was to sleep at home, I told Fred I was leaving. I heard a very heavy sigh explode next to me. I promised I would visit, and I did. Each time I would visit, he would sit next to me, and I would fill him in on my life. Then in 1995, my parents moved to Alabama and sold the house. On the last day that I would ever be in the house, I had to say goodbye to Fred. I went into my now empty room and told Fred the news. I heard the sigh again, then footsteps as he walked away from me, down the stairs and then into the basement. I cried all the way home. Someone else lives in the house now. I drove by it yesterday, the first time in almost 4 years. It looked well taken care of. I wonder if Fred is still there, if he likes the new people. I wonder if they like him. I miss him, my friend.
and think of him often. I lived in Savannah, Georgia for almost 3 years. It is the most haunted city in the US. I feel, and I have several stories to prove it. Perhaps some other time. Thank you for letting me tell my story.
I'm a French student, and I wanted to share some eerie things that happened to me and to some of my friends with you readers. My grandfather died last year. He was a total atheist and believed that supernatural was just some bullcrap, and that people who got interested in it were pitiful fools. What's more, he was a convinced internationalist communist and often led some speeches against God and the church. I was the contrary of my grandfather, a conservative Christian loving God in fatherland, so the situation often led to arguments between my grandfather and me, as we were obviously on a different wavelength, but it didn't matter. He was my grandfather. I was his grandson. He loved me, and I loved him as well, and we would often laugh together. Well, as a Christian believer, I believe and still believe in hell, and I feared that my grandfather would go there after his death because of his resolute anti-God feelings. So I said a lot of rosaries so that God would put him on the right way. One day, as I went back from the university, I got a phone call from my mother. She told me that my grandfather had been sent to the hospital in order to cure a little pain in the knee. But when the doctors started to inspect his general state of health, they found out that my grandfather had a generalized cancer, and that is why he felt so tired. I got so upset hearing that I rushed to the church and put a candle to the Holy Virgin so that she would get the forgiveness to my godless, communist grandfather. I went to visit my grandfather in the hospital, where he was sadly ending his life, and I could notice no changes in his mind and moral, and his Calvary in the hospital bed lasted for months. Here's the moment when my story becomes interesting. In my prayers, I would always ask the Holy Virgin to save him and let me know by a sign that she had taken him to the right place, near the God and far from hell. It was an ordinary night. I was reading in my bed with my bedlight and listening to the outside noises as usual, and I closed my eyes to sleep afterwards. Oh God, I can never forget what I lived this night. It was about 5 a.m. because it happened just a moment before I woke up. I had a very powerful dream, and it looked so real that it is still sculpted in my memory. I dreamt about a giant curtain of red velvet with a portrait of my grandfather hanging on it. I looked at this picture, and my eyes looked leftwards and saw that the curtains were open like on a theater. Behind these velvet curtains, I could see the sky filled with orange clouds, lit like on a wonderful sunset, or dawn, I don't know. And suddenly, I saw a boy kneeling in the darkness in front of the scene, and I recognized myself. I can't figure out why, but I know that the boy in this dream kneeling was me in person. A short moment after, a young woman went out from behind the curtain, from the lit side. She had a blue dress and a blue veil. Both were blue, one dark, the other clear. She looked like Raphael's Holy Virgin in the painting. I remember her peaceful face that made me feel peaceful and tranquil. The lady sat in front of the kneeling boy, me, and started talking to him. I would see the lady's lips moving, but no sounds coming from her mouth. But I distinctly remember her beautiful eyebrows. After talking, she showed me something behind her. It was a ladder, a beautiful multicolored ladder that went in the orange clouds. The ladder went through a hole in the clouds, and this hole had incredibly powerful light coming right from it, and it throwed rays of light. It was noisy like a storm, though not frightening at all, not at the contrary. My dream stopped with this vision of delight. I'd forgotten the dream on the following morning and went downstairs for the coffee. My mother was standing in the kitchen, and her eyes were painful. As I held my cup, she told me that my sister called from the hospital and that my grandfather passed away. I was waiting for this event with pain, but I got psychologically ready. Anyway, tears began to go out from my eyes, and I began to cry and go in the garden to think. And as I was walking through the trees in my garden, I suddenly remembered that strange dream of the night. And I was thinking that it was the sign I was waiting for, and that I beseeched the Blessed Virgin to send me. I was so grateful. I went to the church and told the Holy Virgin thank you. But I wasn't expecting such an intervention, but another prayer of mine had been made. However, if you're thinking that this story is going to be about light and positivity, you thought wrong. Because one day, a few days before the funeral, I was visited by a spirit with horns. That's right. I was lying in my bed asleep when the door slightly opened a little bit, and I was greeted by this creature, this horned figure. It was definitely a black mass, but it was just standing there as I was trying to regain consciousness in the middle of the night. It stared at me with its red glowing eyes. That's all I remember, the dark outline of this dark mass and the horns protruding out of its head. It was there for about 40 seconds, and I'll never forget the sight, and it just slowly disappeared. I have no idea what connection this is to my grandfather, or even if it means something, but it definitely rattled me to my core. I started to get a lot less sleep, and on days that I would get sleep, I would have these terrible nightmares of the same horned figure. In one of those dreams, the horned figure would be seen off into the distance, with again those glowing red eyes, and there would be candles scattered about, with the only source of light coming from the candles. They were all lined up row by row, and in a line that eventually led to this horned figure. I remember waking up instantly after that dream and crying profusely. I yelled out to my grandfather. I said, "Please save me from these nightmares. I'm sick of these nightmares." Fast forward a few days after the funeral, and the most spectacular thing happened, though it was a little unsettling, not even going to lie. And I feel like this was truly confirmation that God was answering my prayers. We have this massive full-body mirror that rests in the living room. This is where I saw my grandfather in the mirror, standing right behind me. It happened so fast, and it disappeared so quickly, that I had to regain my composure and not freak myself out too much, because I knew deep down inside that my grandfather was here to tell me it was okay, and that I shouldn't fear evil. Was it a possibility that I was so distraught over losing my grandfather that I thought I was losing my mind in the process, and I was just imagining everything that I was seeing? I don't know. I can see why people would think that after this story, but what I do know is that I contacted my grandfather, and maybe some unruly spirits, maybe deep below the surface, that we can't always reach. And it's truly terrifying, but also comforting to know that my grandfather has my back, even in the afterlife. One early morning, I'd been sitting in my family room, reading the newspaper. It was a very quiet morning, and I was all alone. The sun was coming through a bedroom window off the family room and shining down the hallway. It was one of those extremely bright sunrises, the kind where you can see dust particles floating through the air. I glanced up as I was turning the newspaper page. I then saw in the sun rays the outline of what looked like a man. It had a light black to gray color. It had no details, just the outline of its body. It was about 3 feet off the floor and had no legs from around the knees down. I could see the arms. It had no hands either. I just remember telling myself, wow, it's a ghost, and I took it all in. I told myself not to turn my head or blink. The ghost appeared to be looking into the bedroom. It turned its head slightly to the right. At that point, I had to blink. My eyes were drying out. When I did that, it was gone. I then got up and put my hands through the spot where it was. I guess I wanted to see if it would be cooler or something, but it was the same temp. I just stood there in amazement of how cool that was. I also needed to add, it was no one's shadow, and it's hard to describe, but it was not a shadow. I could see the dust particles going through the figure, and the figure was in the middle of the hallway. It was 3-dimensional. It actually looked like a hologram. I really love those rare ghost encounters. My parents bought a house in Newborn, North Carolina in 1970. It was a brand new home in a new neighborhood. I lived in this house with my parents and younger sister until I went to college in 1994. The house was a 3-bedroom, 2 full bath ranch with a carport. Before I was born, my father enclosed the carport and turned it into a large den. The original steps, carport door frame, and window frame remained and led up into our kitchen. It was an interesting layout because you could look through the open window frame from the kitchen and see into the sunken den, or vice versa. The bedrooms were on a long hallway at the back of the house. The hallway could be reached by 2 doorways, the kitchen and living room, actually one big circle. The first bedroom in the hall faced the street. The bathroom was next, another bedroom, and then my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. The room next to my parents' room was mine until my little sister was born. I was 5 years old. I was moved down to the first bedroom. This room gave me the creeps. The closet door would slide open a bit on its own, which my parents said was probably a draft from the heat or air conditioning. However, after someone broke into my bedroom window while I slept and stole a few things from my room, I never stayed in there again, usually sneaking into my little sister's room and sleeping with her or sleeping on my parents' bedroom floor. I constantly slept with the bathroom light on and a bright night light or lamp. I would wake up in the middle of the night and hear odd noises that made me feel paralyzed and cold all over. One would think these irrational fears would subside with age, but they seemed to intensify over the years. One recurrent incident that still bugs me occurred in the kitchen, den area. Whenever I would be sitting on the couch watching TV, I would see the silhouette of a person walk by the window frame from the old carport. I would assume it was my mom or dad because the shape was tall. What would scare me to death was the fact that no one would appear at the door leading to the steps after I would see the shape walk by. Many times I would call out to my parents, thinking it was one of them, but no one would answer, and then I would walk up the steps and look into the kitchen. There was never anyone there. Most times, this would happen when I was home alone. On numerous occasions, my parents would come home to find me sitting on the front porch steps or sitting in my car with the doors locked. This went on for years, and I was very excited when I moved out to go to college. Years later, I went to visit my little sister and stayed with her in her college dorm room. We were telling ghost stories with some of her friends when I told her my accounts of the shadow. I was in mid-sentence when my sister finished my thought and described the incident in perfect detail. I had never told my sister about this because she was much younger and I didn't want to scare her. Needless to say, we were both shocked and had goosebumps. We compared stories, and it seems we had very similar experiences in that house. My parents eventually built a new house about 10 miles away and sold that house. I wonder to this day if the new owners have ever experienced any of the oddities that my sister and I did. I'm 28 years old now. The paranormal has always interested me, but only recently have I started to research it. I've come to believe now that some things I've experienced as a child were probably more than nightmares. I believe my encounters were that of the paranormal, edited with a touch of child's imagination. Contrary to what you might believe, I think my touch of a child's imagination is what scared me the most. I decided to share with you those experiences that could be considered nightmares for your entertainment, but also those that I truly believe are paranormal. At the age of 5 to 7, I can't recall for sure. One night, I was lying in my bed, asleep. I felt something moving at the bottom of my bed, and the next thing you know, I felt like I was being dragged out of my bed. My covers had tightly wrapped themselves around my legs, so tight that I couldn't move them. I yelled, "My bed is eating me! Help! Mommy, Daddy, help!" By the time it stopped and parents got into the room, half my body was hanging off the side of my bed, while the other half was hanging on for dear life. You know what my parents' response was? That's what happens when you don't fix your bed every day. Your bed eats you. No, really, I still never fixed my bed after that. I disproved that theory fast. It never happened again. I look back now and realize that whatever it was in that house had a weird and somewhat morbid sense of humor. Check it out. Several other times, I would wake up from a rather deep sleep, turn over, and open my eyes, as if something told me, "Wake up, Steph." Sure enough, I would open my eyes, and one of two things would be sleeping next to me. A. Bo Duke. He was like a hero to me at the time. Or B. An orange mummified witch with a cone-shaped hat and empty eye sockets. Now, you would think waking up next to Bo Duke saying, "Hi, Steph," would be cool as all heck, but no. I would freak out, jump so high I would fall off my bed, and thump, and run to my mom's room screaming, "Bo Duke is in my bed, help." It was way more dramatic when I saw the witch. Now, here's what really makes me think it was actually a spirit playing games with me. As I got older, about 10 years old I would say, the occurrences were not so graphical. I would still hear a voice say, "Wake up, Steph." I would open my eyes and see a pitch black silhouette of a man standing in the far corner of my room, about 6 feet tall. I would blink my eyes a few times. He was still there. I would pull the cover over my head and then peep out. He was still there. Of course, I then freaked out and ran to Mommy's room screaming, "The boogeyman is here to get me. Help, Mommy, the boogeyman is here." This would happen several times a month, for a good year or so it seemed. The last occurrence was years later, when what believed to be the same silhouette mentioned above ran across my room. First, I saw a blur run down the hall to my left and stop at the middle of the wall near the footboard of my bed. It took a moment for it to take shape, but it was definitely the silhouette of a human. I started to dart, and the moment I moved, it darted towards the other wall and vanished. I freaked out and flew to my dad and told him that there was someone in my room. Years later, when I was old enough to understand, my dad told me of the ghost of an old lady that dwelled in the house. She was a nice, but sometimes grumpy old gal. However, that doesn't explain the man that was in my room. I still can't figure out if the Duke, which thing was truly a nightmare, or a spirit messing with my head, using the touch of a child's imagination. I've been to Gibbs Bridge twice, and we have seen something every time. The first time the signs kept changing. There would be a lot of writing on the signs, or not every time we came around. I looked back and thought that someone was messing around with us, and I saw a figure standing alongside of the road, ran by the guardrail, and disappeared. Then, I kept seeing something black out of the corner of my eye. My cousin was with me, and she started to scream, and me and her both heard moaning over her screaming. Then, it was me and my sister and her friend. The signs again kept changing, but only a few, not at all like last time. We took pictures and got orbs. Then, we saw a figure again by the sign and disappeared. We went all the way down the street and turned around and saw a big bright light. I told my sister it was probably a car, so flash your lights to let them know that you're coming. She did that, and the light was gone. It kind of looked like a motorcycle light with handlebars. I know the whole story about it. Then, we turned around again and saw it again. It was not the street light at all, because we turned around going back to the bridge about 10 to 15 times. It only showed up about 3 times. The weirdest part of that night was we left, and my sister's phone was in the center console. Nobody was touching it. Somebody that we know called us and wondered why we called. Nobody did it. It was in the center console the whole time. My sister looked down and saw her phone hanging up, and they said we left a message. It was all 3 of us talking, and it was muffled. Tell me what you think, and go out there sometime again. Thanks for reading my story. Back in the early 90s, a wealthy family who lived in Corona owned 2 homes. One large home they owned was on the south side of Corona, overlooking the 15 freeway. The other home, used later as an office, was the old in-town district on Corona's famous Grand Avenue. As the story goes, before the husband and wife met and got married, the husband lived in the large house on Grand Avenue. The house once been a funeral parlor, and almost nightly, the husband would hear talking and other noise coming from the room next to him. He would check the room, only to find it silent and nothing out of place. After he met his wife, they purchased a large house on the south side and turned the Grand Avenue mansion into an office. One of the children of the family went to my school, and he claimed that their family had experienced all kinds of strange phenomena in the old mansion. One instance, a soda can was completely knocked off of a nightstand right next to a bed that he was sleeping on, and constantly they would hear footsteps upstairs. The mother once said she was in the bathroom and the door suddenly flew open. All of the windows were closed, eliminating any chance of a drift. Another night, the family drove past a mansion, as they often would, to to make sure it was secure. Remember, nobody lived there at this time. It was only used as an office. As they drove past the house, they noticed every single light in the house was turned on. They went in, turned out the lights, and left. They checked with everyone who had a key to the house, and everyone assured them they had not turned on the lights. It is claimed that the atmospheric pressure in the backyard is different from the rest of the area. These stories were all interesting to me, but I still had some skepticism until one year, the family was going to go on vacation to visit relatives in Texas, and they asked my mother and me if we would watch the mansion for them while they were gone. Keep in mind, neither my mother nor I knew anything about the house, including the strange phenomena. So Monday morning, we got to the house and settled in. My mother, a school teacher at the time, was grading some homework assignments, and I, only about 5 at the time, was fast asleep on the couch. My mother got thirsty, so she stacked the homework assignments in a pile, went to the kitchen for some water, came back, only to find the paper strewn all over the table and on the floor. I was still fast asleep, and there were no open windows. Later on that day, she was in the kitchen again, and she heard me crying in the other room. She ran in to see what was wrong, but again, I was fast asleep. I did not appear to be restless, as if crying in my sleep. Later on that week, we both occasionally would hear footsteps walking around upstairs. It is a very old house, as you can see from the attached photo, so naturally, the floors are very creaky. These were definitely solid footsteps. We constantly went upstairs after hearing the steps, only to find the place empty. After the family returned from their vacation, my mother had mentioned to them the phenomena we experienced. They laughed and explained to us that it happens all of the time. They described the entity as a friendly ghost who likes to play pranks on people, hence the bathroom door flying open. The family eventually moved to Texas and sold the mansion to somebody else. I never returned to ask the new owners if they have experienced anything. Perhaps somebody around this area might want to. My name is Prenta. I lived in Hamtramck, a suburb of Detroit, Michigan, in a 2-story flat on Grayling Street. The apartment itself has a long and bloodied history of violence and death. Not only did I experience multiple ghostly apparitions, such as a man in a long beard that resembled Abraham Lincoln, but demonic possession, as well as poltergeist activity. The demonic possession was incredibly startling. It wasn't something that occurred inexplicably. I had a boyfriend who was connected to negative energies, and an evil spirit named Harold latched onto him. My boyfriend had never been once an aggressive or temperamental person. However, after staying together in that apartment for a lengthy period of time, our relationship began to sour. He would often talk in his sleep, which was something he had never done in the 7 years previous, and we had lived together for a long time. One night, he was sleeping right next to me. For some reason, I remember I had a difficult time trying to rest, so I was tossing and turning in bed. My boyfriend was dead asleep. Not a second later, he starts whispering. He keeps repeating, "Harold's here. Harold wants to play." Although it scared me half to death, what he said after that truly shook me to my core. He uttered some unnerving words, something about how he was going to take care of my suffering soul. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore, and I woke my boyfriend up. He was in a pure state of delirium. I told him he was talking in his sleep, and when I told him what he said, he looked at me as if he were terrified. That's because he said he had a dream about a man named Harold. My boyfriend told me that in his dream, he was in the mafia, and Harold was his mob boss. He wore a pure white suit and looked like a traditional mobster from the 1920s. Well, a couple days later, I was cleaning my apartment when I discovered a secret room that I never noticed before. It was basically a walk-in closet. The room was empty except for a small cabinet with a drawer. I opened the drawer, and in it was an old newspaper from the 1930s. I kid you not. In this newspaper was an obituary about a man named Harold. The obituary didn't say he was part of the mafia, but he was a World War I veteran. I believe that Harold used to live in this apartment. My boyfriend told me that Harold appeared once while he was in the shower, and I was away at work. I often worked a night shift at a hospital, so I'm often away at night. He heard a crash coming from the kitchen that startled him. When he went to investigate, the dishes that were on the countertop somehow fell to the floor. He then returned to the bathroom to brush his teeth, when he saw the face of a young man staring back at him in the mirror for a second, right behind him. It was so quick, but long enough to notice. He then had an idea to photograph the bathroom, a picture directly facing the mirror, and then the bathroom itself while standing from the doorframe. What he saw was incredible. It was an orb, clear as day, appearing right in the mirror. Either way, I was convinced that later on, my boyfriend was possessed by Harold. He became a shell of his former, laid-back and friendly self. He transformed into a vicious, aggressive, and easily agitated person. We eventually had to have a priest come over to bless the apartment and to perform a prayer on my boyfriend to release the spirit who could be inside of him. After we moved out of the house, the feeling of intense rage and negative energy seemed to subside almost entirely. He stopped talking in his sleep. He was more easygoing, and he started to become the man I fell in love with years ago. Still, there was one experience that I had while in that apartment that I'll never forget as long as I live. It was the evening, and I was starting to settle down on my first night off from the hospital in days. I walked to my bedroom to change. In the bedroom, there is this huge mirror that I often use. As I was walking through the bedroom, I was looking at myself in the mirror. That's when I saw a woman dressed all in black with a scarf. It must have been some kind of babushka woman. I instantly closed my eyes out of pure fright, and as I opened them back up again, I returned to look back at the mirror, only to see that this woman had disappeared. I only saw myself. All of these events are 100% true. I know sometimes when people tell these types of stories, they are often met with a high degree of skepticism. I should mention, though, that I have high integrity, and I think it is foolish to tell pointless lies just for attention or to have a good story. The possession, Harold, the poltergeist activity, and the babushka woman were all signs that something awful wouldn't leave that apartment. At this point, I'm just thankful that I don't have to experience that ever again, and that my boyfriend isn't being used as a vehicle for paranormal entities. I would say this is a story of a haunted house, but it isn't. Until about 10 years ago, it was just a haunted house in my book. I met my husband over 30 years ago. He told me about a house that he used to live in that had some very strange things happening in it. It was local, but he never wanted to go anywhere near it. He said that it was very old and had been built by a young person who had some of the wood and granite that made the fireplace sent from Ireland. Anyway, the story is that when he married his wife, she came with her mother, a real shrew. She harped at him and distressed his wife to the point where he went mad and killed them both, then ran screaming that the demons of the house had made him do it. My husband's family moved into the house in the early 60s. During the years they lived there, they heard doors closing and footsteps on the stairs, as well as the smell of coffee and frying bacon in the middle of the night. His mother was quite a gardener, but could never get flowers to grow in the yard. He said the whole family was quite uncomfortable in the home and eventually moved. We had been together for a few years when we heard that the property had been sold for a mini storage lot. We were talking about it with my sister and some friends when my husband told the story. The friends asked to see the house. I'd never seen it to this point, and I'll admit, was more than a little bit curious. We finally talked him into going, and away we went. When we turned onto the street, we got a really creepy feeling, but when we pulled up to the house, I was absolutely terrified. There was not a living blade of grass or anything else on that lot. We live in Washington State, and this was March. The house was dark and very ominous. I refused to get out of the car. So did my sister. The guys, 3 of them including my husband, took a flashlight and headed around to the back of the house to see what they could see. After a few minutes, we saw a flash of light on the 2nd floor. A few minutes later, we saw the front door open, but nobody came out. After a few minutes more, they returned to the car. We commented on the fact that we had seen the light, and they told us that they had never turned it on. Then we asked them why they didn't come out the front door. They told us it was locked, and that they tried it before going around back. I was always skeptical about the stories connected with the house, but after they tore the house down, the mini storage was plagued by problems and eventually went out of business. The property sits abandoned and barren. Still nothing lives there, and it's still as creepy as it was years ago. I've got a story to add to your website. I've gone back and forth about someone having come check it out. Just not sure I'm ready for it. But here goes my story. My husband and I moved into a new house built on a minor Civil War battlefield. We know there was another house in the vicinity. There was also a tree that was referred to as the hanging tree, not far from our backyard, on which about Union soldiers were hung. Soon after moving in, we noticed odd shadows and white lights that seemed to move across rooms with no apparent source. We tried to account for them by cars passing on the road, but never could pinpoint anything. One evening, we were watching TV when a shape ran past a door to what eventually would be our deck. The door was a good 4 feet off the ground, but the person running past ran level with the door itself. My husband and I ran for the door, flung it open, and my husband jumped down and ran in the same direction. At that time, we were the only house on that end of the street, and, being a very small town, it's very quiet at night, and sounds carry for quite a distance. We didn't hear anyone running, nor did we see anyone. We were spooked, but figured it was a kid, and our eyes played tricks on us. Not long after that, my husband jumped off the couch and ran for the door again because he said someone was standing there looking in. Again, level with the door, and no deck. There was no one we could see when we went outside. Some months later, I was up around midnight, cleaning the kitchen. My husband had gone to bed and shut the bedroom door. The bedroom was at the top of the steps, and the door in plain sight. I was watching TV across the great room when I saw out of the corner of my eye a man leaning around the corner of the hallway wall and smiling at me. As I turned my head, I was ready to yell at my husband for sneaking up on me when I realized the man's hair was long and blondish, and my husband's is dark brown and short. I also realized the man was wearing a white t-shirt with full sleeves, nothing my husband owned. I couldn't see anything from the waist down. While I stood there staring, he simply vanished. I immediately ran to the hall and noticed that the bedroom door was still shut, and if anyone had gone out the front door, I would have heard it. There was nothing, no sign of anyone. When my husband got up for work, I told him what happened. He said it was my imagination. I didn't think so, but we left it at that. However, I started turning on the lights when he left the house for work, since he left at 3 a.m. A few weeks later, though, my husband was in the front room at the computer. To the left is a table with an antique mirror hanging over it. My husband saw movement in the mirror and turned thinking it was one of our cats on the table. Instead, he saw a man's shoulder and arm, wearing a white shirt, walk past in the mirror. My husband simply got up and walked outside until I got home. During this time, my son, who knows no fear, would never stay downstairs at night by himself. He said he was creeped out, like someone was watching him from outside the door. My daughter, a typical teenager at the time who kept to her room, would often come downstairs to hug me and sit close to me. When I'd ask her if something was wrong, she told me that sometimes she felt someone was sitting on her bed, and that she saw things move out of the corner of her eye. The strange thing is that my husband and I never told the kids what we saw until they were 18 and 19. There was a time when activity seemed to stop after my husband, getting the idea from my friends, stood in the center of the house and asked whoever was there to not show themselves to him. He was left alone after that. However, recently, we've been experiencing marital problems, and my husband moved into another bedroom. I'm now hearing footsteps in my room, and I'm constantly woken up by what feels like someone sitting on my bed. I'll roll over, but there won't be anyone there. One night was unusually bad, and I had to get up earlier than normal the next day for a class. Around 10 p.m., I said out loud that I needed the sleep, and he wasn't letting me. If you wanted to bother someone, to please go harass my husband. Strangely enough, it got quiet, and I fell asleep, only to be woken at 11 p.m. by my husband, who was in the bathroom, frantically looking for someone to stop an area on his leg from hurting. He has psoriasis, but this particular time, he said it felt like someone was poking him with needles. The area was deep red and gave off heat. A very odd coincidence to say the least. We've also had things go missing, a tablecloth, a 15th century style costume, and various little things that turn up in different areas. We have yet to track down the tablecloth or the costume. I did tell the ghost not to hurt my husband. My uncle and aunt now live in a house near the bank in Auburntown. When I was a little girl, my best friend Stephen and his family lived there. They bought the house, and were told that the previous owner, an elderly lady, still haunted the house. They put little faith in the story and never let it bother them. I remember playing in Steven's room and smelling an old lady smell, like medicine and lilac perfume. We never felt threatened by a presence at all. The smell would usually fade away just as quickly as we smelled it. However, one night, after the family had gone to bed, Stephen's mother was awakened by the sound of toys making noise in Stephen's room. Stephen had one problem. He was highly susceptible to nosebleeds. The slightest bump would set off a massive flow of blood. Stephen's mother thought it was strange that he was awake and playing with so many noisy toys at once in the middle of the night. Also, the rocking chair in his room where she would often read him bedtime stories was rocking so hard that it was banging against the wall. She ran down the hall to his room, and when she opened the door, the toys went silent. The rocking chair slowed down. She looked at Stephen in his bed and saw that his nose was bleeding very badly, and it was going down his throat. He might have drowned in his own blood if the very sweet lady's ghost had not raised such a racket that night. My grandmother Emily was a hard-working wife and mother, and during the Great Depression, she held her family together even when her husband, Grandma William, died suddenly. He left her widowed with several children to raise. She was a down-to-earth person and a practicing Catholic, so was not given to superstitions, but nevertheless had some encounters with the otherworldly. One time, for example, she was on her way to visit one of her brothers, an elevator repairman. On the way there, getting off the train, she had a sudden premonition of his death. She got a hold of herself and rushed to where she was supposed to meet him. It didn't take long for her to arrive at his workplace, an elevator station, where he had to do a repair job. She saw a noisy crowd assembled there, and she inquired what was happening. She was told that a repairman had been killed in an accident. It was her brother, the very one whom she had gone to meet, and about whom she recently had a deathly premonition about. I explained this as a prelude to her ghost story. Among her other siblings, she had a brother who was a decent man and a barber by profession. Unfortunately, they had a disagreement, which escalated into a parting of ways. He uncharitably held a grudge against her all the while. Time passed, and one night, while she was asleep and her husband were asleep in bed, she was suddenly awakened out of a sound sleep and noticed a person kneeling near the side of the bed. It was her estranged brother, garbed in his brother's smock and weeping bitterly. He was apparently suffering. She was startled and confused and didn't know how he got in her house and bedroom in the middle of the night and why he suddenly showed up after choosing to cut himself off because of a silly grudge against her. She began to speak to him and ask him what was wrong, but he interrupted his sobs to say, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." And with that, he completely vanished. She was amazed and woke up her husband, relaying to him what had just occurred. As they lay there discussing it, the telephone rang. Her husband answered, and it was for her. When she got on the phone, she was informed that sadly, there had been a death in the family that very night. It was her estranged brother, the barber. They understood this ethereal visit from beyond the grave to be the soul of the departed brother, and that he was given the grace to appear from his purgatory to his sister in order to make up for his uncharitable bearing of a grudge. A requiem mass was offered for him, and they prayed for his soul. He never appeared again. I come from a long line of psychics, and I must have been about 7 when, during an afternoon nap, I woke up after a very frightening dream. At the time, we were living in Mount Butler in Hong Kong Island, and Mom's family lived in Capiz in the Philippines. I ran out of my bedroom into a room full of family and friends to tell my mom about it. I saw this Filipino man in a wooden box, dressed in a cream shirt and brown trousers, and lots of our family were around him crying. As a young child, I'd never seen a dead person before and was distraught at the experience. My family consoled me and told me not to worry, but it brought to their attention that I too had the gift. It was only a few years later that I was told that the person I saw was my uncle, who had been shot by the local militia in my mom's village in the Philippines, and it surmises that the clothes I saw him in were the clothes he was buried in. So it turns out that I had a psychic snapshot of the actual Filipino funeral rites, whereby the body is kept in the family house for a period of weeks so grieving people can pay their respects to him. This brother of my mom's, she had been having prophetic dreams around the time, warning him to leave town because something bad was going to happen to him. He didn't believe her and was shot by the local militia after a dispute. It is Filipino superstition that during this period that the body was stored in the family house, the spirit visits the family on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th day after their death. This, as it turns out, was during this time that we both had these visitations. Mom was in the kitchen washing dishes when she heard who she thought was Daddy coming back from work. That's when she saw a man from the corner of her eye, standing in the doorway, wearing a light shirt and brown trousers. So she chatted to Daddy for about 5 minutes about his day and what he had been up to, when it occurred to her that he didn't answer her back once. She turned around to ask him a question, and then she realized that there was no one in the doorway at all. It was at this point she was a little bit spooked, as she remembered my description of Uncle Fred in his coffin, and hurriedly went to check on Daddy. He had come in when she had heard him come in, but had just fallen asleep on the bed, fully clothed, in knit-wearing brown trousers and a light shirt. So it was her brother's way of saying goodbye, and I guess to say sorry for not having listened to her when she warned him. A few years later, it was 1987, around about the time that Edward Yule, Hong Kong's governor at the time, passed away. We were still living in the same flat in Mount Butler, but my sister and I had moved from the room we were in, as that had been converted into Mom's nursery, where she looked after preschool children during the daytime. We were now in the room where I would have my bedroom until we moved over to the new territories. I must have been about 9, so my sister would have been 4. We shared a bunk bed, and her being smaller stayed on the lower bunk. I awoke to pitch black and the sound of flip-flops walking up and down our corridor. I thought, this is strange, as it is custom to remove your shoes at the front door and to wear slippers around the house. As I heard these flip-flops getting closer and closer to my door, sheer terror took over. I whispered to my sister, "Chris, can you hear that?" No one answered back, so I was trapped on the top bunk with nowhere to go, with this noise coming closer and closer. I hid my head under my blanket, like most kids do, wishing it to go away. I said this time, more incessantly. "Chris, can you hear that?" And something hissed back at me. Yes. That did not sound like my sister at all. At this point, I was terrified. I tried to gather all my strength to get out of the bed, but I was too scared. After what felt like a millennia, I eventually gathered enough courage to jump off the top of my bed, ensuring by no means that I touched the lower bunk and charged into my parents' room across the corridor from our room. I was so embarrassed being so old and being scared, I didn't actually get into their bed, but spent the rest of the night curled up in a ball at the foot of their bed. It turns out that my sister wasn't in our room at all that night. My question was, what was that in the corridor and in the bunk bed with me? The strange pink light. Around this time of the strange occurrences with the flip-flops, we were still living in flats in Mount Butler. My daddy, a complete atheist, had an experience of his own. Daddy does not believe in the supernatural, and if God actually spoke to him, he still wouldn't believe it. He was lying in bed one night when he woke up for no reason to this pink sphere to appear on the wall opposite their bed. It seemed to come out of the wall and sit there and go back into the wall again. He was puzzled by this and went to investigate. He checked out where the possible light source could be coming from. The curtains. No, we were on 3rd floor, so it couldn't have been vehicle lights. He went into the bathroom. All lights were off and couldn't have come from there either. He got back into bed and tried to wake Mom up to show her. She was having none of it and kept her head under the sheets. Well, the sphere appeared again and came out of the wall, suspended somehow, then sunk back in and disappeared. He never did figure out what that was or where it came from. Running ghost. When he was working in the Royal Hong Kong Police, he had another experience. At this point, he was the superintendent and managed a section of the traffic police. They were doing their rounds when a speed camera on the road flashed for no reason. They went to investigate, and it flashed again with no cars in the near vicinity. They thought nothing more of it until the pictures were developed, and on one of the photos, there is a distinct picture of a person, blurred, apparently running very fast. So fast, it set off a speed camera. The ghost dog. When we were living in Mount Butler, I had one other experience that reaffirmed my belief in the supernatural, and 2 other people I was with experienced it also. I must have been about 14 when my sister and my best friend at the time decided to go for a walk in the countryside. So where we lived was surrounded by Hong Kong countryside, which was perfect for me as I was a tomboy and spent as much of my time as possible out and about, exploring and climbing trees. Just before I started university in the UK, I was visiting some friends in Cardiff. I was feeling very odd that night, and as we were heading out into town, a premonition hit me. I turned around to my friend and said, "Something very big is going to happen tonight." He just looked at me like I was stark raving mad, so I dropped it. So when we went out and had a lark and came back, thinking nothing more of it, imagine our surprise when we woke up in the morning and splashed all over the news was coverage on Diana's death. This, of course, being the famous Princess Diana of Wales, who died tragically in a car accident. But I predicted it the day before. At least I feel like I did. Could be a coincidence, but I don't think so. Oodalexer Cemetery experience. So, I started uni in Derby in the Midlands, and where I was living was student digs on Oodalexer New Road. I was heavily into my goth influence back then. Not so much now, but I still love old cemeteries and dramatic clothing. There was this beautiful one on our road that I used to visit regularly and read and draw, with many beautiful statues and old gravestones. One day, my ex-boyfriend and I went to visit it, as it was a lovely day turning to evening. So I wandered around looking at all the gravestones and the statues, trying to find the oldest tombstone we could find. It must have been coming up to winter time as the sun set quickly, and we realized in a panic that the gate had been closed, so we were locked in, and had to find another way out. So we walked along the perimeter, looking for a likely tree to help us over the wall, when the sun just disappeared, and we were pitched into almost complete darkness. Then, for no reason at all, the mist appeared over the headstones, so it was hard to avoid the graves themselves. So it suddenly looked just like a horror movie set, trying to avoid broken tombstones and holes in graves and that danged mist in the dark. By this point, I was pretty panicked, frantically trying to get out, with this feeling of overwhelming dread descending over me, and all cells in my body telling me to leave right now. We eventually scrambled over a wall into the student bar, and that feeling just lifted, just like that. It's only a few months ago that I was looking online about ghosts in Derby that I found out that very cemetery is haunted. Brilliant. My dreams. I thought that was the end of my experiences, but looking at the dreams section, I've remembered some more I want to share with you. I've always had very vivid dreams, some not necessarily all coming true, but all seem to have symbolic importance in the coming days, weeks, or even sometimes years. I more often than not have deja vu experiences, even if I haven't ever A, done this before, or B, seen places or people before, or C, really ever thought about these things when I am conscious. I haven't really wanted to tell people about them, as most people. I worry that most people think I'm quite mad. Haunted house. So this also happened just before I finished university in Derby, I think. It was just before my ex-boyfriend and I broke up. The importance of this dream is one that I've been able to break it down and understand it in its composite parts. So both of us were walking around this dark woods, and I was taking all that I had learned from watching horror movies into mind, and was very careful of not wandering off on my own. Made sure I had a weapon in hand in case anything happened. We eventually came to this clearing where this ominous house stood at the end of this garden. However, I needed the bathroom, and even though we knew it was a haunted house, I was not one of those people who would go to the loo in a haunted forest. So we walked in, and there were people there. Thankfully, none looking like psychopaths or zombies. Strangely enough, they were people we knew too. There was a feeling of dread and sadness throughout the house though, and I refused to go anywhere by myself. We are directed to the bathroom, which was at the end of this corridor. he decided to sit and chat with people whilst I did my business. So, I started walking, but the corridor was like the one from the Poltergeist. It just kept getting further and further away, until I had to break into a run, desperately needing to go and leave this house as soon as possible. I eventually made it, and threw the door open, and did what I needed to do. Then I woke up, and realized that I still needed to go, so I ran for the loo. Luckily, I had the foresight to write this dream down once I had gotten back to bed, and knew that we were doomed. The haunted house was a reflection of our relationship, being hounded by our mutual bad doings, and that the end was near. It was just a matter of time, and so it was. Finally, before I finish another of my epic storytelling sessions, I have one more prophetic experience to share with you, but not one from my dreams. It has to do with my pet dog, Sophie. Her name was Sophie. She was lovely, with her white and black patch over her eye and black patch in her back. She was only 6 months older than me and had been with our family for 16 years. She was the loveliest, sweetest dog in the world, apart from having a penchant for biting socks, eating tissues and rubber bands, and attacking the Hoover. She was suffering from basically her insides giving in. She had serious kidney problems, and she couldn't walk very well because of arthritis in her back legs. And because she couldn't help herself anymore, she was kept outside. So one evening, when her parents were out, my sister and I were playing with her in the garden, and I had this weird feeling come over me. I seemed to be able to predict death, unfortunately, amongst other things. I turned to my sister when I saw this shadow fall on her Sophie that looked like a cross. It was like it was a sign saying she was going to die tomorrow. So that's what I told my sister, and she kind of brushed it off. She didn't believe me, being much younger than me. But sure enough, after a hard day at school, I was only 14 or so at the time, we came back, and our parents were in pieces. And that's when I knew it had happened. They had to take her down to the vet and have her put down, as it was too cruel to keep her suffering like that. I've never seen my daddy in pieces like that, but because I was strengthened by my foreknowledge, I supported him in his time of need. My poor cat was distraught, as she basically brought him up from when we adopted him as a very small kitten. On a happier note, I had a dream after this terrible day. I was watching my crazy dog run from the front of the house, in and up the stairs, with much zest and energy, like she would have had as a younger dog, running up to our level of the house, looking like she was having the time of her life, back and forth, giving little yips of happiness, grinning in her quintessentially silly Sophie way. As because of her health problems and her incontinence, she was not allowed in except for very cold weather. I think this was her way of saying that she was free and happy at last, and I knew she was in peace. She still does come and visit us occasionally when we walk by the front of the house, and you can, still after all these years, smell her, and we know she's still looking out for us. I keep meaning to write a dream diary. I'll do that this year, as these dreams seem to be too important to miss. My husband and myself and my brother were all watching our mother's house while she was out of town on vacation. We had been there for a few days, and all happened to be on this particular evening and night. Well, we had finished dinner, and we were all just hanging out in the living room watching TV. My brother said he was just going to sleep on the couch, and my husband and I said goodnight and went to bed in my mother's bedroom, because that's where we had been sleeping. We kissed goodnight like usual, and turned off the bedside lamp. I myself just can't close my eyes and go right off to sleep, so I was just laying there, looking off into the darkness and trying to wind down. Suddenly, I noticed a very dark black mass right by the bedroom door. I blinked my eyes a few times, trying to make them adjust to the dark better, but realized they already had, because I could make out the mass that was so much darker than the dark. I began to feel afraid when I saw it moving. I laid there and watched it approach the bed over our bodies. It looked larger than it had by the door. I began to nudge my husband, but I decided to lay there a little bit longer to see if it continued to move or even get larger. I laid there and marveled at its darkness and its extremely dark color as opposed to the regular darkness. It was pitch black and just floated there above us. Unbelievably, I fell asleep. The next day at lunch, my brother said, "Hey, last night I saw the weirdest thing when I was trying to fall asleep. A large black mass was hovering above my head and scared me half to death." I stuck my hand in it, and it was freezing cold. Before I had a chance to speak, my husband said, "Me too. I thought I was seeing things." I spoke up, and I said I saw it as well and was frightened by it. They both said, "Wow, I wonder what it was." I had read somewhere that these could possibly be evil. Needless to say, we didn't spend the night there again. I'm a nurse and run our family's assisted living, and recently we had some strange things happen in our care home. I understand with caring for the elderly that sometimes strange things occur, in doing this for almost a decade. Recently, I had a resident that started to decline at the age of 93. One night, after helping her get into bed, she asked me if Bernie, her husband, who died 10 years before, knew where she was. I reassured her that he did. It caught me off guard, since her mind was intact and she was not forgetful. A week went by, and again, I assisted the woman into bed. She says to me, "I hear Bernie in the hallway. Can you tell him that I'm in here?" I told her to call for him and he would come in. She refused and asked me to. So I went out to the empty hallway and said, "Bernie, E is in here if you would like to visit with her." As a nurse, sometimes you do things out of the better judgment for yourself, as long as it helps your patient. Later that night, I heard the elderly lady talking to no one quietly. I've had some odd things happen in my personal life through the years since childhood, but that is another story. I was once told by an elder Japanese woman not to talk to the dead or invite them into my home. Another week goes by, and my resident took a drastic turn for the worst by refusing to eat or drinking fluids. After a week's stay in the hospital, she returned on comfort cares in hospice. The end was near, and we knew it. However, while she was in the hospital, I received a frantic call from one of her nursing assistants asking if I would please come back to work because she was really scared. When I got to work, all the lights in the house were on, and she was sitting on the couch with her back up against the wall. When I asked what was wrong, she told me wide-eyed and pale that she had seen a mist down at the end of the hallway and was hearing weird popping noises coming from the residence room that was in the hospital. After checking the entire house and silently saying the Lord's Prayer, the house felt calm. Eve spent her last days being pampered and showed care and compassion from staff and family. Many of the staff came in on our days off to sit with her, including myself. The last couple days of her life, she was sedated for pain and hallucinations. When no one was in her room and she didn't know we were checking in on her, she was reaching up towards the ceiling and mumbling. The day before she died, we had XM music playing on our TV. A couple of the nursing assistants were performing for their evening cares when the TV changed to CNN for 30 seconds and turned back to the music by itself. The TV remote was on top of the TV. Since our favorite lady passed away, things have stopped for the most part. My mother passed away June 5th, 2007. Me and my husband were in New Jersey at the time, waiting to get unloaded. We drove an 18-wheeler for a living. My sister had called me the day before and told me that my mom was in a coma, and the home health care people said she only had about 24 hours to live and that I needed to come home. So I called our dispatcher and said we needed to be routed back to the Chattanooga terminal so that I could see my mom before she passed. He said no problem. After you and your husband have put tires on, go pick up that load and head for Chattanooga. Well, while they were putting tires on our trailer, we decided to get some sleep. The cell phone rang, and it was my sister. She told me that Mom had come out of it. It was sitting up and laughing and talking to everybody, and that she was okay. So I called my dispatcher and said we don't have to go home. We can do one more load out here. So it was late that night when they finally got the tires on the trailer, and we decided to just stay there in the parking lot till morning so we could get some much needed sleep. We get up that morning and pull out. As we're heading down the highway, my cell rings, and it's my sister. She's crying. She tells me that Mom passed away that morning early. So to make it a little shorter, our dispatcher gets us home 36 hours later. Now at this time, we are at my mother's house, and she has already been picked up by the funeral home before we got there. Later that day, my husband's cell phone rings while we are nowhere near it to answer it. So when we do pick it up to see if our dispatcher is called, it shows we have one voicemail and no number. So my husband listens to the voicemail, and it's my mother, the day after she died. The message said, "Connie, this is your mother. Call me." We decided to check if it was a delayed message, but it wasn't. I even took it to the cell phone company, and they said it was June 6th at 1:25 in the afternoon. My mom died June 5th, 2007, at the times between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. It has really bothered me that we missed the call, even though she was already dead. She might have been trying to say goodbye to us. A few nights ago, a friend and I took a drive up Angeles Crest Highway. It was a clear night, and it wasn't too cold. As we entered the parking lot, we noticed there were no other cars there. As I made a U-turn in the lot to face the small building, there, we saw a man walking. What got my attention was the fact that my headlights shined bright on the building, yet we only saw the person from the waist down. The rest of his body was a shadow. The man was walking around as if he were looking for something. It appeared he had a flashlight in his hand, the way he was moving, but there was no light coming from it. The closer we got to him, the smaller the image got. When I shined my brights on him, it looked like he went down a small hallway. Even then, we could not see his upper body. We went back the next day to see if we could find anything. One thing we did notice was the hall we saw the figure walk through was now a wall. Not a wall that was just put up, but one that looked like it was part of the structure since it was built. 3 separate spirits are said to walk the halls of the soon-to-be abandoned Middle Tennessee Medical Hospital in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, as a new, more modern hospital is being built right across the city. In the older section of the 3rd floor, one room is said to be haunted by the ghost of a mental patient who jumped out of a window in the 1960s in the psychiatric ward. 30 years later, in that section, administrative offices were constructed, and employees reported hearing running down the hall of someone with bare feet and a light outside the room where the man was said to have jumped turns on and off periodically on some nights. The switch that turns that light on can be found only inside the room, which was not even in use at the time. When the lights were checked by maintenance, they seemed fine. Later, some orderlies enjoying lunch on that same floor reported seeing an IV stem being rolled up the same hallway. They left their food there and didn't return. In what was the pediatric area, the ghost of a red-haired girl in her early teens in a white hospital gown has been spotted at one point by a nurse who also had long dark red hair when the room was used for pharmaceutical storage. She claimed to see the spectral image of the girl staring at her through the glass observation window of the room. The nurse was also a redhead. Finally, the 3rd spirit has been chronicled by the hospital's own sad history and has been spotted in a newer section. A young nurse who had just started was leaving for the night to go out with friends. As she hurried down the stairwell, she dropped her purse over the guardrail a lunge too far and fell down the center of the stairwell, landing on her head. She died 3 days later due to massive brain trauma. Ironically, one of the hospital's employees who had the task of cleaning up the bloodstains was the son of the woman who had seen the red-haired girl's ghost as her family worked in the hospital. It is sad that sometimes you can see the girl repeat her fatal fall. I have many stories to share with you, but I'm going to start at the beginning. I grew up in Lawrence Harbor, New Jersey. From the time I was a very young child, I knew that something was not right in our house. Our house was the last house in a dead-end street that faced the marsh. In the winter, you could see Highway 35. The surrounding woods were equally as disturbing. I was the only girl in our neighborhood. All my friends were guys. They were like brothers to me. I was a tough kid, and I did not scare easily. However, being alone in our house and going to sleep at night frightened me to death. My father died when I was a baby, and it was just my mother, brother, and myself. There was quite a difference in age between my brother and I. For years, I kept my experiences to myself because I thought it was my imagination, and I also thought that if I told my mother and brother, that they would think I was crazy too. It took me a long time to realize that I wasn't crazy. It was not my imagination, and the hard part was that I was a gifted child whose family could not relate to me on that particular level. These are my experiences while I lived there. My mother and father bought the house in 1962, and I was born in 1963. We owned the house right up until 2005. To this day, the events are burned into my memory. From the time I was about 5 years old, there hardly was a time that the house was at peace. I would lay awake in bed at night and watch orbs dance across the walls and ceiling. Then, I could feel someone sit on the corner of my bed. It was not a faint feeling either. In retrospect, as an adult, you could actually see the corner of the bed being pressed down. My heart would pound in my chest so loudly that I couldn't hear anyone else, and I could feel every hair stand up on my entire body. I would pull the covers and pillows over me in such a way that only my eyes and nose would stick out, even in the summer with no air conditioning. Shadows were commonplace everywhere in the house. You could smell flowers in the middle of the winter as well. Then, just as I would start to fall asleep, I would be jolted awake because something pulled the covers of me so violently that they were on the floor at the foot of the bed. That would send me screaming out of my room to my mother. There wasn't a time that you didn't feel as though you were being watched, or that you didn't feel that something was following you from room to room. If you came home and put your car keys down, turn your back for 2 seconds, they were gone, and then after searching the entire house, they would suddenly reappear where you originally put them in the first place, and you were the only one home the entire time. When I was in high school, I would come home and shower because I played sports. I always locked the bathroom door. Every time I would pull the curtain back when I was finished, the door would be wide open. Once again, no one was home, and our interior doors had no keys. Until now, I've been very vague with you about my experiences, but now I will tell you in detail my most frightening experience. I was engaged to Mitch. We were just both out of high school. My mom was out, and so was my brother. Mitch and I decided to go to my house, watch TV, and eat some pizza. From the time we entered the house, I could feel that something was really wrong, really out of sync. The air seemed electrically charged. It was as though us being there had interrupted some unseen gathering. I ignored it, even though I was goose flesh from head to toe. Even with all the lights on, my mother's house always seemed dark. Mitch was sitting in the room watching television, and I went into the kitchen to heat some frozen pizza. We were having a conversation as I did so. My back was to the living room as we were talking, and I was placing the pizza on the baking sheet. I heard what I thought was Mitch leave the living room and walk into the kitchen. I became aware that he was standing directly behind me as I was still talking. I turned around to ask him something, but to my shock, it was not Mitch standing there. I felt all the blood drain from my face. My knees went to jello, and I gasped and screamed at the same time. Standing face to face with me was a huge black solid apparition. I could make out a head and shoulders, but the rest became more see-through as it went towards the knees and feet area. It felt like slow motion. I think that when I turned around and screamed, I scared it as much as it scared me. As I stood there screaming, the black figure literally whooshed through the kitchen wall. Mitch ran into the kitchen. I was shaking and white as a ghost. It took me a while to collect myself. I shut the oven off, and we left and went to the local pizza place, where I told them what happened. We didn't spend much time at my mother's house after that. This is just one story out of countless stories that I would be glad to share with you. I'm now 46 years old. My entire life has been one foot in this world and the other in the spirit world. Years ago, I'd contacted Sylvia Brown, who told me that my mother's house had many spirits in it, but two stood out. There's the ghost of a baby and its mother. She also said that I was a medium and a psychic, and she was right. This is what I now do. I'm no longer afraid. It gives me pleasure to be able to connect with grieving spirits, with their departed loved ones. I consider this wonderful gift that I will not trade for anything. Thank you for listening. All of my life I had reoccurring experiences of the paranormal, starting at age 7, as far as I can remember, when my father died. I used to believe the experiences were dreams or imagination until recently. I was telling my fiancée of my experiences, voices, mists, noises, marks in my body, being touched, shirt tugged on, hair pulled, etc. His suggestion was that maybe I am a sensitive, so I started thinking about this possibility and decided to explore it further. My fiancé and I previously tried going to paranormal meetings, which would go on ghost hunts. There was one in particular that appealed to me, and we signed up. The building the group was going to was in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, at an old building that was previously the Elka Club, built in 1914. This information was given to us by the leader of the hunt. When we arrived, we went into a room to get the speech about which rooms to be careful of. They would be marked by the yellow tape. Nothing else was told to us about the history of this building. But as I stood there, a name entered my mind, and it kept repeating itself. Sarah, 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 over and over again. Well, as the group entered the basement, we divided into small groups of 2 or 3. My fiancé and I were in a small room, in the back, and I felt nothing, so we decided to head out into the main part of the basement. And just as we stepped out of the room, a man that was on tour with us, who has been there before, said, "Sarah, if you are here with us, give us a sign." I was flabbergasted. I looked at my fiancé and explained the utter shock on my face, and we continued in to other parts of the area. I had entered a room just off the entrance of the basement and instantly was bombarded with intense sadness, so much so that I got tears in my eyes. I informed the group leader, and they took pictures around me, but by this time, I already knew that what they were searching for in the building wasn't correct. I knew that what I was feeling was the past, and the child Sarah intended on proving just that to me. She, in what I would call it, attached herself to me. She started flashing images in my mind about what the building was before the Elks had been built there. It was her home. It was a beautiful Victorian with a large porch, parlors, a library, you name it, she showed me. She told me that she was sad because of the remodeling that was about to happen in the building. She got her point across by telling me certain rooms did not belong. I also picked up a persistent man in a room on the first floor. I was flashed an image of a podium and people sitting and listening intently to this man. In the ballroom, I was given images of people dancing, only black shadows of such. And at last, the third floor, I approached the end of the main hall and was shoved by something not seen. I took a moment and continued on into a grand circular room with benches attached to the circular walls. and had the feeling of being watched. And I kept saying, "This feels like judge and jury." It was like you were being persecuted, watched, and the spirits were getting angry. So I wanted to step out of the room for a moment, and I took a step forward towards the door and received a sharp blow to my middle back on the left-hand side. I went out of the room and was telling the group about the incident and decided to give it another try. And as I entered, I again got another blow to the right side of my back. At that point, I wanted out of there for good, so the group agreed to leave the third floor. And as I entered the hallway again, I got pushed in the same spot as the first time, which happened to be in front of a very large window. The interesting part was, I said before, I knew nothing of the place, but when we were leaving, I told the owner all the stuff Sarah had told me. I told her of the man in the room that in my mind, I'd seen the podium. I told of getting pushed and hit in the back. Well, she surprised me. Not only, but many in the group as well. Come to find out that this is where Sarah's home was. The rooms I was seeing were the rooms in her home. The man at the podium would have been the black preacher that occupied that room after the Elk Club closed down. That night, I came home exhausted. I fell asleep and dreamt of Sarah. In the dream, she told me her last name, so I searched for her on the internet. I then found something more shocking. Not only did I find her, the year she was born, but I also found the names of her parents. Well, I'd spoken with someone that has been to the club and knows things about it, but they never knew her parents' names, which happened to be the same names I came across. And as far as the room on the third floor, the owner informed me that this room was the judging room for the Elk members, and where they would hold their remembrances to the dead brothers. The interesting thing was, the women were not allowed in this room, and there was also an EVP that picked up stating, "You are being judged." So needless to say, I'm no longer doubting my ability, and am more open to my experiences, which have been many since that night. My parents own a lake house in northern Indiana, and we used to have a neighbor named Mr. Campbell. Sadly, Mr. Campbell was quite old and depressed, and one day he left a note and enough food and water to last his dogs at least a week. He said his body could be found in the lake. I couldn't remember if it was ever found though. This story has many parts, all leading to the same conclusion. Mr. Campbell's ghost haunts this property, but he seems to be quite calm and docile. The first instance, well, a rich man, Richard, bought his property, tore the home down, and built a $2.5 million house. Richard was extremely nice and was always coming over for dinner. One day, he told us that he thought his house was haunted. He had an entertainment system installed that requires him to climb a ladder to fully turn it on or off. For that reason, he always left it on and left the ladder in the garage. One day he had guests over and was going to put on the Indy 500, but the system was powered down. He said he watched TV the night before and no one had been in the house. At first he just assumed it was a power outage or something. He got the ladder and turned on the system. However, all of the settings were messed up. The volume was turned down very low, and the radio was on and set to a 50s station. The TV was off because of the radio. When he turned on the TV, it was tuned static rather than the Discovery Channel Richard had been watching the night before. He said he played it off as an accident to his guests, but that it kinda spooked him.
Later, after this happened, again Richard assumed Mr. Campbell wanted to listen to music, but didn't want to disturb anyone, because no one had heard the music. Richard also had a roommate named James. The thought is that they were lovers, but no one really asked. Richard would travel to Chicago a lot, and James would be home alone. One night, my sister and I were watching TV in our room and saw lights shining outside and heard men talking. We looked out our window and saw about 3 police cars and about 6 policemen walking all over the house, looking at windows and knocking on the door. We went outside with our dad to see what was going on, and the police asked if we had heard or seen anything suspicious. We said no. Why? They told us someone had called 911 from the house, but only breathed into the phone for a couple minutes and then hung up. We told the police that Richard was gone, and usually when he was gone, James would visit his mother down the street. My dad called James' cell, and he was at his mom's for a dinner and a movie. He said he was planning on leaving soon anyways, and came to talk to the police. James let him in, and they searched the whole house, but no one was there. However, in the kitchen, a burner was left on high. James said he made pasta to bring to his mom's and must have forgotten to turn off the burner. After the police left, James said he sometimes got a strange feeling in the house, like he wasn't alone when he knew he was, but that he never got scared. It was more like being watched over than stalked. My sister and a friend were sitting on our screened-in porch one Friday night after we got to the lake house late. They saw a man walk from the pier to Richard's house, and my sister called out, "Hi, Richard," or James, whoever it is. But the figure didn't stop or reply. He just walked up to the house and disappeared. The girl said a light never came on, and he never heard a door open. The next day, Richard was doing yard work, and my sister mentioned the night before and jokingly accused him of ignoring her. He told her he had not been home last night, and that he had just gotten back from Chicago early that morning. He also said that James was in North Carolina for the week for his sister's wedding. My sister and her friends were confused because they had both seen the man, and they were worried they had seen a robber. Richard asked if the outdoor lights turned on, and they said no. Why? He said he has motion detector lights, so if there was a person by the house, the floodlight should have come on, and his alarm didn't register entry last night. The next incident, Richard had to move to Chicago. It had gotten to be too much for him to constantly be driving back and forth, so he bought a flat in Chicago and put the house up for sale. James left too. The new owners were really quite annoying and full of themselves, so no one ever told him about the possible haunting or the house's past. One day Janet came over and asked us if the house had a story. I asked why. She said she had been in the shower when she saw an old man staring at her. She screamed, and he just disappeared. We told her about Mr. Campbell and everything, and she sort of freaked out. They tried to sell the house, but couldn't. She still says the old man watches her every now and then. The housekeeper says she has never seen the old man while she was showering, but that she thought she saw him one day while she was cleaning. He was in the entertainment room, listening to music. She also said that the 5 dogs will stare at all the same spot for several minutes on end, tails wagging, as if they were being talked to. We still talk to Richard, and he has told us many stories about the house, rearranged pantries, the entertainment system being changed multiple times, and other various things. We think Mr. Campbell haunts the home because he can't move on. My mom says my experience must have been Mr. Campbell trying to get away from Janet for a while. That incident was before the shower, but Jana was already in the home with her husband. We still hear the beeping every once in a while, and we all just say, "Hi, Mr. Campbell, you can visit as long as you like." The dog stopped staring and following him after about the 10th time. They'll look up just after the beeping, and just before we hear him leave. I'm a bit of a baby, so I still get creeped out when I'm alone at night, even though I know he has never done any harm. My parents are the last people I think would believe it, but with so many incidents, we think he is there living out his days watching others. Maybe he regretted saying goodbye prematurely, and because of this is what keeps him from going to the other side.
Hello, ladies and brethren. Please subscribe if you like the channel, comment, and share the video to other people. It's a really good idea. No, guys, but really, I appreciate it. Thank you, bye, and love you.